just 250 birds. Fast forward to 2020, the company has grown to have sponsored more than 300 farmers, raised over 2 million birds, and currently building capacity to raise 5 million birds in the next 1 year. The need for an industrial expansion to increase our capacity to contribute tangibly to the agriculture industry became apparent. And in early 2020, Farm Sponsor introduced an equity investment package called Private Sponsorship Offer, where individuals get to invest in the expansion project of Farm Sponsor for a period of 5 years and get returns of over 250% spread across the term period, with option to either take back their capital or convert it into equity in the company. With the funds that have been raised, major projects which would position Farm Sponsor for an undeniable impact in Africa's agro space have commenced. Some of these projects include a poultry processing plant with the capacity to roll out over 24,000 birds per day, a 300,000 capacity bird hatchery, a commercial farm that will house up to 300,000 broilers, and a breeder's pen with the capacity to house up to 60,000 parent stock birds is currently ongoing. These were only made possible by the investment received so far from Private Sponsorship Offer. Why not be part of this revolution and be glad you did in few years to come? To know more about private sponsorship, visit our website www.farmsponsor.com.ng/private sponsorship. In late 2017, the idea of Farm Sponsor was birthed by our visionary leader, Bill Kenneth. He shared his vision with his friend, Chike Abba, and together they co-founded Globetrot Farm Sponsor Nigeria Limited in 2018. The company kicked off operation in May 2018 with just 250 birds. Fast forward to 2020, the company has grown to have sponsored more than 300 farmers, raised over 2 million birds, and currently building capacity to raise 5 million birds in the next 1 year. The need for an industrial expansion to increase our capacity to contribute tangibly to the agriculture industry became apparent. And in early 2020, Farm Sponsor introduced an equity investment package called Private Sponsorship Offer, where individuals get to invest in the expansion project of Farm Sponsor for a period of 5 years and get returns of over 250% spread across the term period, with option to either take back their capital or convert it into equity in the company. With the funds that have been raised, major projects which would position Farm Sponsor for an undeniable impact in Africa's have commenced. Some of these projects include a poultry processing plant with the capacity to roll out over 24,000 birds per day, a 300,000 capacity bird hatchery, a commercial farm that will house up to 300,000 broilers, and a breeder's pen with the capacity to house up to 60,000 parent stock birds is currently ongoing. These were only made possible by the investment received so far from Private Sponsorship Offer. Why not be part of this revolution and be glad you did in few years to come? To know more about private sponsorship, visit our website www.farmsponsor.com.ng/private sponsorship. In late 2017, the idea of Fund Sponsor was birthed by our visionary leader, Bill Kenneth. He shared his vision with his friend, Chike Abba, and together they co-founded Globetrot Fund Sponsor Nigeria Limited in 2018. The company kicked off operation in May 2018 with just 250 birds. Fast forward to 2020, the company has grown to have sponsored more than 300 farmers, raised over 2 million birds, and currently building capacity to raise 5 million birds in the next 1 year. The need for an industrial expansion to increase our capacity to contribute tangibly to the agriculture industry became apparent.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Aibogu, and I am the publisher of Business Day. I'm your chief host for today. Let me add to my initial apology. We are sorry for being 10 minutes behind schedule. We wanted to be sure that our guests are with us and that they had sorted out their internet connection. In these days of virtual meetings, sometimes we do start with a challenge, and I hope you will indulge us. Thank you very much. Now, my task this morning is a very simple one. It is to welcome you warmly to this 2020 Annual Forum on Agriculture and Food Security. We are indeed very delighted at the partnership that we have consistently enjoyed from stakeholders, key stakeholders in the business. And I would like, before I start to make my short opening comments, to underscore our gratitude for that partnership. Now, today's event is appropriately themed the outlook for smallholder farmers, assistance, empowerment, and integration. The outbreak of this pandemic has taught us how important it is to ensure food sufficiency and food security in your country. We suddenly found the whole world shut in or shut down. Planes were not flying. Vehicles were limited in how far and wide they could go. We were all stuck in our homes. And one thing I bet we just could not stop doing was we couldn't stop eating. It meant that if farmers couldn't go to the farm, we had to eat. It meant that if food was not available, we had to eat. So how do you ensure that Nigeria as a nation can at all times guarantee that it is able to grow the food that its people eat, and ensuring that that food is actually available at the dinner table for people? We have a bright array of speakers and panelists who will be providing us with insights today, and they will be speaking to the various aspects of the topic of our study today. And as I said earlier, the focus will be on agribusiness and food security, the fourth in our annual dialogue in that series. Nigeria is a very fortunate country, blessed with an incredible expanse of arable land, rainfall that is moderate. The land is well served by rivers and other channels through which water move. But somehow we are short in terms of the ratio of our land that is under cultivation, but we are also even more shorter in terms of our annual yield. So it means that we are growing or cultivating less space, and even in that less space that we cultivate, the quality of our yield, leading to the quality of our outcome, is very, very low. Where, for instance, Malaysia would have 30 tons of palm oil from the same size of land. In Nigeria, we're harvesting anything from 5 to 7. So there is significant room, significant scope for improvement, both in terms of ratio of land under cultivation and also in terms of the outcomes that we get by very rapid adoption of high yield seedlings. All of this will require creative access to funding at better interest rates, government policies that promote extension services that helps our people, policy that ensures that fertilizer in its right quality and quantity is promptly available to farmers all over the country, policies that encourage and facilitate better storage, better logistics from farm gate to the market to reduce significantly the loss or losses that we currently incur. Now, let me very quickly finish this and get out of the way. We are making progress. So today is not just a day to moan about our failures. It is also a day to celebrate some of our successes. The Anchor Borrowers Program, for instance, is making progress. We need to expand that scheme in other ways. So there are some good things that are happening. And as I said earlier, we would have a mix of suggestions for overcoming our challenges. We will also listen to some good things that we're doing and look at how we can replicate them, how we can expand them, how we can adopt them and make them even more helpful in optimizing agric output on an annual basis. On this note, let me once again welcome you very warmly, the fourth in our series of our Greek and food security dialogue, and to thank all our partners for the support over the years. And I pray that as you support us, that your business gets even better, more profitable, more engaging, and more promising for you as well. I can assure you that Business Day will stay with you all of the way in promoting better policies and in ensuring that we continue to work together to debottleneck the process and make the agric sector an even larger contribution to annual GDP of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Let me now very quickly introduce the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Alhaji Muhammad Sabon Nanono. He is ably represented by Engineer Frank Kudla, a Director for Agric Extension Services at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Honorable Minister's address. Thank you very much, sirs, and God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen on the platform. I sincerely, the last speaker said, I'm here. May I also proceed with his message? Greetings and all other protocols observed. It's my pleasure to be here today to present the impact of agriculture promotion policy on state agricultural development. Permit me to give you a brief overview on the document. Agriculture promotion policy, also known as Green Alternative, was developed by the federal government of Nigeria under the present Buhari-led government as national policy network for driving the growth and development of agricultural sector in Nigeria. The policy is a successor of Agriculture Transformation Agenda, known as ATA, which covered the period between 2011 and 2015. The APP is to cover the period 2016 to 2020. The APP is to build on the success and failures of the Agricultural Transformation Agenda, ATA, and closing the gaps in the document. ATA recorded successes such as setting up of Growth Enhancement Scheme, GES, to register smallholder farmers and provide targeted input subsidies, also known as e-wallet, revival and partial recapitalization of Bank of Agriculture, creation of special funds to support farmers, e.g. cassava fund, designation of staple crop processing zones, introduction of new higher yielding crop varieties, e.g. cocoa, rice, Faro 42 and 44, and setting up of NICEL credit guarantees in partnership with CBN. However, the challenges of ATA are also visible, such as GES, limited focus, and exit strategy, linkages from farmers' registration and data capture to supply and distribution mechanism, insufficient access to improved variety seeds, weak credit access, particularly for smallholders, lack of result from staple crop processing zone strategy, growth in food production remains limited due to gaps in input supplies, post-harvest losses, illegal food imports, depriving farmers of market opportunities, challenge in policy coordination between federal, state, and weak data collection and evidence-based reporting. You may recall that APP was approved on 10th July 2016 as a comprehensive policy and strategic document aimed at unlocking the full potential of Nigerian agricultural sector and using the sector as a vehicle for diversification of Nigerian economy. The specific objective of the policy seek to address 1, food security, 2, import substitution, 3, job creation, and 4, economic diversification. I'm glad to share with you that the policy so far has impacted significantly on the development of agriculture in states, even though agriculture is on concurrent list. These include provision of farming inputs and production, equipment of machinery such as seeds, agrochemicals, power tillers, rice reaper, threshers, rice transplanters, knapsack sprayers, moisture meters, and agrochemicals to farmers at subsidized rates. Provision of various capacity of modern rice mill with distoners, polishers, graders, separators, parboilers, dryers, color sorters, and automatic weighing machine to investors nationwide in order to improve the quality of milled rice produced by our small and medium-scale processors. Facilitate the establishment of integrated rice mills across the country for the production of high-quality rice, which can compete favorably with the imported brands. Capacity building of farmers and processors on the good agricultural practice in production. Construction of different types of roads for easy movement of agricultural produce from rural areas to urban centers. Construction of water harvesting structures to facilitate macro irrigation for all year-round farming. Basically, the agricultural promotion policy was built under the 3 themes: productivity enhancement, with emphasis to access to land, soil fertility improvement, access to information, storage, processing, marketing, and trade. Secondly, crowding in private investment, emphasis on access to finance and agribusiness investment development. And thirdly, institutional realignment with emphasis on greater inclusiveness participation of the youth and women, infrastructure, research and innovation, climate change, as well as food and national security, for national security. In conclusion, the new policy direction for agriculture as envisaged by the Ministry's upcoming National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Plan 2021 to 2024 is to increase the Nigerian agricultural resilience to COVID-19 as encapsulated in the Presidential Sustainability Plan, ensure multi-stakeholder approach to overcoming insecurity in the farming communities affected by banditry and insurgency, and promoting a truly diversified economy where the nation will be self-sufficient, not only in food production, but also in developing homegrown agricultural technology and inputs and good farming practices through a new focus on revamping research, technology, and inputs. Farming practices through renewed focus on revamping research, training, and extension services. The efforts will consolidate on the success recorded in both ATA and APP in the country by extending the scope of agricultural sector in the country. There are more emphasis also on livestock production, particularly milk production and collection, poultry farming, which can be attested by our self-sufficiency in poultry products, milk sufficiency in the country. By this policy thrust, rice production also have been improved tremendously, which has placed Nigeria on the, I think, number 13 in the world in terms of rice production. And currently, in the whole geopolitical zone, rice mills is springing up in all these zones. And we have been witnessing tremendous production, which has aided the country from this constant importation of rice, and it has grown our economy tremendously. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Engineer Frank Kudla, Director of Federal Agriculture Extension Services, representing the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Mohamed Sabo Nanono. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation and remarks. Moving forward, I would like to please introduce my colleague Caleb Ojewale, who will come in and do the cockpits. Caleb is a journalist at Business Day. So Caleb, over to you. Caleb, over to you for the cockpit views from the summit. Just please accept our apologies. I think we seem to be just having a slight delay. Caleb will come on and do an overview cockpit in just a few minutes. Just give us a couple of minutes, please. So there's been a slight change of plans. We're going to go first with the panel session that is being moderated by Yewande, who is the founder of Yewandeville. So Yewande, over to you, please. Yewande Kazim, over to you to moderate the first panel session, please. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Yewande Kazim. I'm the founder of Wandeville Media, a media communication and PR agency focused on African agriculture. Today's panel is focused on intent versus result, perspective on the performance of the Anchor Growers program. We have three stakeholders, major stakeholders in the agriculture sector on this panel with us today. We have architect Kabir Ibrahim, National President of All Farmers Association, Nigeria, AFAN. We have Mr. Sadiq Kazim, General Manager, Corporate Affairs, CGI Group. Mr. Nazir Yamama, Founder and CEO of Verdant AgriTech. Please, if you have any questions during the session, go on to Slido. That's www.slido.com. www.s as in Sam, L as in love, I as in India, D as in dog, O as in orange.com, using the code BDA Agric. That's BDAGRIC. So get into the session. So one of the major, sorry, 1 minute. One of the major challenges when it comes to agriculture is access to finance. And as I mentioned earlier today, the session is on perspective on the performance of the Anchor Growers program. In 2015, CBN established the Anchor Growers program to solve farmers' challenges, also in an effort to scale up financial and agronomic practices for smallholder farmers. One of its goals is also to bind smallholder farmers to anchor companies by creating off-taker agreements with these companies. It's also administered by NERSO, that's the Nigerian incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending. However, over the years, we've had a lot of negative and positive views on the success of the program. And with the recent effects of COVID-19 pandemic, smallholder farmers have been affected, and this would likely impact the progress of the Anchor Growers program. Some estimates claim that up to 240 billion naira revolving credit facilities granted to smallholder farmers may be deteriorated due to the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. With this amount, stakeholders and analysts query the future of the Anchor Growers program. So let's get right into the discussion. My panelists with me today, architect Kabir Ibrahim.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, see you, sorry. So we'll start with you, since you're the voice of the farmers.
Ali, and then if you don't.
Okay. Architect Kabir Ibrahim, are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm not sure about that, okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, what are your views on the performance program? Do you think it's successful? Has it been executed properly, and how sustainable is it?
It's a mixed bag of success and failure. Success because it has kept agriculture on the front burner, and it has reached out to our farmers, even though in very small percentages. Failure because it is not targeting the real farmers on the whole. Because to be able to impact Nigerian farmers, which the number that we use today is about 14.5 million. far lower than the actual numbers. We find the Ankoboro trying to reach about 1 million people. And majority of them are really briefcase farmers or people who take to participating in the chosen commodities or competencies that the CBN chooses to fund. I will tell you one thing that I have experienced with rice, for instance. Earlier in the day, when the APP was launched, we escorted Mr. President to Kebbi State, where the Ankoboroa scheme was launched. At that time, they had an elephant-sized 2.6 billion naira fund for wheat and rice. Of course, nothing has been spoken about wheat. We have been talking about rice, but from that point on, we now hear manifold amounts of money being expended on so many other commodities apart from rice. Looking at what is happening generally in Nigeria today, we feel that the investment far outweighs what we are getting from it. And fewer farmers are being reached out to. The bane of the success of the Ankoboroa can be outlined in three facets. One, the right kind of farmers are not engaged. Two, the right quality of inputs are not given, i.e. seeds. If you do not provide good seeds, you will certainly not get good produce. Seed is the sine qua non of agricultural production everywhere. I am a member of the Nigeria Agricultural Seed Council, and I do not know the involvement of the Seed Council in managing the seed system in the Ankoboroa. To the extent that I have been reached out by affected and angry farmers over rice seeds that they used in Katsina, where I live, when the rice plantation would grow to as tall as myself, I'm like 1.7, without fruiting. I met many farmers who couldn't get 1 bag of paddy from their 1 acre plantation. That is a failure. And that's a very serious one. 3, we do not have data of farmers who do certain competencies. And therefore, the way the CBN carries on the Ankoboroa is limited by that fact. We must know the number of farmers engaged in a certain competence to be able to get them to upscale the production of that competence to impact the food system. Unless we have that, it is going to be next to impossible to really impact the system. I have outlined all these not to denigrate the effort of the CBN in that scheme, because the work that they are doing is keeping us on our toes to be able to do something for Nigeria. At least we now have a reduction of the illegal importation of rice. We have no formal importation of rice. We are gradually getting into being able to feed ourselves in terms of rice and other commodities. We have serious complaints, though, of soaring prices of these commodities because we need to do a lot more work to reach out more farmers and to upscale our productivity. And I have outlined the areas that you need to exploit. Make sure that the seed you give the farmers is of the appropriate type. And then, of course, other inputs. like fertilizers, and then knowing the farmers and getting the farmers to own the production. And also try to work or create the right kind of synergy between the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and the CBN, as well as the farmers. I'm not being selfish to say that all these things must be done through AFAN, but it would make a difference. You try it and see whether it will make the right kind of difference, because we know the farmers. For you to register in, you must show us what you do, the location where you do it, before you even get any benefits. So the issue of a non-farmer getting support that they don't need, or money that they just take to get to marry other wives and buy cars and all that, will be over if you systematically follow the right channels to get it. Now, I must not say all the bad things about CBN that we know, but I must also commend the CBN for at least trying. But it should do more going forward. I don't want to take too much time painting bad pictures or the bad picture of the Anko Borowa without blaming the Federal Ministry of Agriculture for not doing its own work right, especially at this point when we have had COVID-19 and there are threats and risk factors to the food sufficiency of the nation. The ministry should work together with the CBN and churn out policies and statements that are correct. Do not go into town saying things that you cannot really justify. There are many, many things coming out, a lot of information that is coming out. I don't know whether it's the media that is distorting the facts, or it is the handlers that do not have firm grasp of what is really happening, that we are being misled. Farmers are continually being told that this amount of money will be this amount will come from CBN and all that. And then when you put up the sum total of this amount or this money, you'll find that it is better to tell all the farmers to just sleep and use all the money to buy food, because that way you will make the country food sufficient, because the investment is far more than what you produce. I don't know if I have done justice to this, and I have more time to talk. Yewande, advise me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Agikabe. We'll come back to you in a bit. So in summary, there are a lot of challenges. It's not getting to the right farmers, not the right kind of inputs, and no data on farmer successes. I'll go back for the questions, please. If you have any question, go to Slido. I'll repeat that. It's www.slido.com with the Slido code BDAGRIC. That's B as in boy, D as in dog, A as in apple, G as in God, R as in Roger, E as in India, C as in comes. So please go to, if you have any questions, make sure you put it on Slido, we'll get it. I'll go to.
I call you for this one.
The next, I'll go to Mr. Sadim Kazim. From a processor's point of view, TGI is one of the anchor companies involved in the inclusion and the offtake agreements with smallholder farmers for local production. How successful has the partnership been with smallholder farmers? Are there any worries with the integration of smallholder farmers into the supply chain following the exposure of the aftermath of COVID-19?
Thank you very much, Yewande, and my fellow panelists. You're welcome. As a processor and as someone called an anchor in the program, there's been a lot of benefits for us. Yes, the smallholder farmers have been properly incorporated through their associations. We have seen tremendous collaboration between the Federal Ministry of Agri and the CBN in churning out policies that are practicalized by the CBN. I agree with Alhaji Kabiru. There are challenges, serious challenges. One of the challenges he has mentioned is there is still room for expansion of the numbers. Today, when you look at the different commodities, you will find that the numbers are still small. And definitely also there are challenges in terms of improving productivity. As a processor, for instance, we would need much more. If we have a rice mill that would process 120,000 metric tons, but we try as much as possible these days to keep producing maybe at 60%, 70% capacity because there's no paddy. That is a challenge. And if we can improve the productivity and we can improve also the numbers, because in one of the earlier presentations by the Honorable Minister, and I think also the publisher, he mentioned that the ratio of Nigeria's arable land that is being cultivated or brought under cultivation is still inadequate to meet what we are expecting. So definitely, like it said, we need to improve more. But like also Alhaji Kabiru had mentioned, the CBN has done tremendously. 5 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about this. 5 years ago, there were what? In terms of rice processing, for instance, the capacity to process rice at integrated levels is hardly 500,000 tons. But today, there is a processing capacity of more than 3 million tons in Nigeria. And this is growing almost by the day. We are expecting that we'll be able to produce what we would eat in Nigeria by the end of next year in terms of processing capacity. But can we get the paddy to process? This is the question. And this is where I would have wished CBN is here to be able to give us assurances of where do we go from here, especially with the challenges of COVID. So I don't know, is that adequate?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. So one of the key
sorry, I'm itching to respond a little to Architect Aliu's points he raised because I may soon go leave for MTB meeting. I don't know if it is possible for me to.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm quite excited with his sincere and direct points on where the issues are. Actually, I may not be in the good position to also ventilate the position of the ministry, but then I will also want to avail the meeting some of the issues that has been tackled or is in the process between Federal Ministry of Agriculture and CBN in relation to COVID-19. As you're all aware, the issue of 600 billion released to Federal Ministry of Agriculture for agriculture activities is true, but this money is not, Ministry of Agriculture has no access to 1 kobo in these funds. The only part of the funds that the Ministry of Agriculture has access is that one that is deployed to rural, for rural roads, which is about 34 billion, and lands preparation and clearing, 2.5 billion, and then enumeration of farmers at grassroots with their data, about 2.7 billion. The balance of 500 and something is suddenly raised in CBN. Now, the issue is the enumeration we are doing currently in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture in collaboration with PES office in the VP's office is to eliminate this third party or touts that goes between the real farmers and the input that is being supplied. So the process is farmers are being enumerated and they are being geo-mapped with their farms to know the size of their farms, location, and their particulars are taken, such as their names, telephone number. Those who has emails, they take their emails. And we are compiling the data so that our partners, which will be getting payment through their banks from CBN, will deploy the either fertilizer or chemical that is required by such farmers. They will be the people to deploy based on the quantity, which will be identified based on the calculation of the size of the farm that has been geomapped before those input will be deployed. So you find out that even the farmers will just get assistance in kind, but not in cash. Now, because of the requirements of CBN that they must have BVN, they should, all these procedures, we are, in fact, in the next 1 week or two now, most part of the country, if you have not started planting, it means we should just be targeting for dry season farming, because wet season farming is almost turning its back very soon. So Federal Ministry of Agriculture by name has a money, and this money is in form of loan. And those guys that are going to be given input, they are expected to pay it back with their farm produce at the end of the harvest period. This is the arrangement. So far, we were able to forward to CBN about 1.2 million enumerated farmers for them to do their due diligence and begin to distribute farm input. But as I'm talking to you, as of today, those who have even been validated has not gotten the disbursement yet because they are still doing their due diligence. So, but of interest, I think there is some gap which we really need to fill between CBN and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Whether you like it or not, Federal Ministry of Agriculture has a reservoir of experts. Wherever you feel there is a problem with a system, the best you can do is to mitigate against that problem. But if CBN will operate on its own as another Ministry of Agriculture, there is no way you can do agriculture without funds at your disposal. So if agreed, they are the one having the funds, but let them utilize the technical experts that the Ministry of Agriculture has to actualize what they have. Because this issue of briefcase farmers, it is true, it's not just a common say. Anywhere you go into the hinterland, or those who are really into this agricultural activity, they will tell you that majority of those who are benefiting from these anchor borrowers are not the real farmers. So now, if we follow the procedure that architect has just highlighted, I think we will minimize and probably eliminate these briefcase farmers and get these real funds deployed to where it is meant for. So I think by the time we'll get another forum to discuss, and I think it is even good for us to initiate a stakeholder meeting to brainstorm, because this country belongs to all of us. And we must synergize, come up with a solution so that the country will get result from this massive deployment of funds without yielding corresponding results. This is my take for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kudai. Thank you. We must synergize, work together, and come together to work. So I'll be taking it to Mr. Nasir Yamama, the CEO for Verdant Agritech. Verdant Agritech has access to agricultural data from working with stakeholders and financial institutions, including the government, at the existing models and frameworks of the Anchor Borrowers Program working based on your current information and data. You're muted. We can't hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think it's on. Yes, I said there's generally, I think, almost a universal lack of data in Nigeria when it comes to, especially value chain integration data, because the value chain is in fact not integrated. And from what all the speakers have said, you can see that, we have great policies from the agricultural transformation agenda to the agricultural promotion policy. Incredible, policy documents. However, when it comes to implementing them, the money part is always there. I mean, there's billions of dollars of naira from the CBN. But you can almost always see that there's always a break in the chain. For instance, we talk about quality input, but the CBN keeps spending money on farmers and farm input without necessarily setting up an institution or promoting one like the National Agricultural Seed Council. I see no reason why out of the billions that's being spent, the CBN shouldn't concentrate on equipping and enabling the National Agricultural Seed Council to do its job. Just like the policies we have, the NASC is an incredible place with such great history and potential, as you can see in all seed institutions all over the world. It's like quality planting materials or quality input as a whole in agriculture is an incredible part of the agricultural value chain. And the data is pointing to, an almost complete lack in that respect. And then when it comes to also the deployment of, programs like the Anchor Borrowers, I've heard so much of the problems, and you always hear it when you're talking to the farmer or you're looking at, the general. Let's take rice. Despite all the success we have with rice, if you look at the data alone in terms of rice production and consumption, and also with the ban on importation, you can clearly see that there's something wrong. None of it is corresponding or making sense, especially because on one part, you clearly see the success, especially in the drive towards agriculture because of what, Nigeria's rice policy has done. But on the other hand, you can't really celebrate it if we're not self-sufficient. As in, there's no meter or parameter to gauge the success if in fact we cannot feed ourselves and we cannot be successful rice producers. Now, I also heard something about the poultry part where the Honorable Minister's speech touched on it. It's also ironic there because the data points to protein deficiency in Nigeria, especially when you talk about malnutrition. You see that there's ample space to do more, and I generally feel like we need to integrate the value chain. We need to take this agricultural data and agricultural data for decision making more seriously, to be honest, if any of these things are supposed to succeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yama. Thank you. So what he said about the poultry, and I have one more question for Architect Kabir Ibrahim. Like we mentioned, there've been a lot of critics on this program, excluding key groups such as the poultry farmers, and overemphasis on the rice production. Also, we also have the critics of we also have the critics of it focusing on the northern states, meaning the program is always focused on the northern states. What are your views on this, and how can we address these critics?
Well, let us talk about poultry. I was president of poultry between 2012 and 2014. and I'm a poultry farmer. I'm surprised that there is really no detailed intervention by the CBN on poultry, and that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, specifically the Grains Reserve, does not have a program to give the users the energy component of the feed for the poultry farming, which is the easiest form of protein to be given to young people through egg and all that. In egg, you find the potential of a child really enhanced. The brain works in a very superb manner. There is good science that supports that a human being needs 1 egg a day to work to the fullest potential that they have. When I was president, we were able to bring specialists from the United States to give us a talk here in Abuja at the Ritz Hotel, who said even the elites that talk about cholesterol in egg were mistaken, because there is hardly 3 milligrams of cholesterol in egg, and so it does not contribute to any problem to the human body, because cholesterol is self-divided into 2. There is a low density and high density. One of them is good for human health and all that. Now, the poultry sector is really, really dying. It's, I don't know, it will even die if we don't do something about it. Recently, we had to intervene with the Grains Reserve, and I believe just recently the president has authorized the release of 5,000 metric tons of grains to the farmers. This is a far cry from the requirement. And I have seen some semblance of even abuse of the policy by the CBN itself. I hope that it is wrong. There is something that is trending now. There are some 4 companies that have been allowed to import maize between, I think, up to October or so, that they are free to do that. Beyond that, the ban will take effect. I consider this highly selective and unfortunate, because every poultry farmer is going through the same problem. To isolate some 4 and say they can do it is balderdash. It's not carrying anybody forward, and it's not making Nigeria food sufficient, and it's not in tandem with the policy of the current president of Nigeria, and even the ethos in APC. So I believe that a lot more work should be done to make our policy really firm up. The lack of synergy between the CBN, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and the farmers is really the bane of agricultural progress in Nigeria. My dream when we started the APP, and nobody wants to attribute that to us, Afan really started the issue of making agriculture the main thrust of this administration, because soon as the president came into office, we sat down in Neril's Zaria with IAR and so many stakeholders to look at what the ATA had achieved and to go forward from there, take all the good things in ATA and do a new policy. We partnered with the Nigeria Agricultural Foundation and did a symposium at the Eradua Center, where the then Minister of Agriculture joined us, and our conclusions gave rise to the APP. It was launched. The president was represented by the vice president. Afan made a goodwill message there. The vice president came down from the high table and shook my hands because I delivered the message. Now, as you know, I trained as an architect, and I know that there is a lot of potential and there are so many possibilities in agriculture. And I believe that Nigeria can be #1 in Africa and a very good player in the world in terms of agriculture. We only need to harness the potentials that we have. As the Minister of Agriculture pointed out, the potential for expanding our cultivable land and irrigable land are there. And there are so many idle equipment all over the place that we can deploy through, I think the ministry has an organ that is, I think, land clearing and all that. We can really expand our land. And then we can also partner or work with the Ministry of Water Resources to be sure that we expand our water bodies and thereby expanding our irrigable land, to do also all year round agriculture, so that there is no idle time in Nigeria. Therefore, we can really upscale our production with the right kind of drivers, because the current administration has agriculture in its the thrust of its policies, and every support is being given. The CBN, by whatever act, whether it is making mistakes or whatever, it has shown the world that it can really give a commitment to agriculture. All we need to do is to get them to understand where and how to implement it. And Nigeria can be better for it. I am very happy with the last speaker who alluded to the importance of NASC. I am passionate about the seed system. In fact, the seed system is the sine qua non of agricultural production. If you don't have good seed, honestly, in all ways, even in poultry, the day-old chick will tell you what will happen in future as the chicken lays egg and all that. So also good seed will tell you about the yield that you get from your maize farm or rice farm or whatever. If you put bad seed, you will get bad produce. In Afan, we have this saying, our stanzas are no farmer, no nation, great farmer, great nation. And I want to coin another saying for the seed system: good seed, good harvest, poor seed, poor yield. And that we must walk our talk. We must be able to boost our agricultural production. We must improve the yield of the farmers to take them out of poverty. We must embrace good science and technology. By the way, I am pro biotechnology, pro GM, because I believe that will take us out of poverty. I have attended conferences. I have shared many literature. I mean, many conclusions. I went to the best university in the world on agriculture to discuss these issues, and I know that there is no non-connection or no nexus between disease and GM. So Nigeria should really deploy GM to scale its production. Thank you very much, Yewande.
Thank you, Javier. Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the key things we keep hearing is how NASC is not involved. And obviously this affects, the seed system affects productivity of the farmers in terms of yield. So I'll take this to Mr. Kazim. How has with the COVID-19 pandemic, how has this affected your supply chain in terms of productivity of the farmers in the program?
Thank you again. You see, TGI and our subsidiary companies, processors, have always been working with the farmers. So as far as improving productivity is concerned, and as far as maybe supply of the right quality inputs, which has been identified as a shortfall or as a problem, and as far as also providing extension services, we have a full-fledged company that supplies quality agro inputs. We also have an extension services division that handles all the outgrower issues. We train farmers in good agricultural practices. We organize them in cooperatives. We help them in getting the correct financing, and we manage the post-harvest handling so that the losses that have been identified as also another problem, we try as much as possible to stop that. So when you talk of productivity, personally for me, and I believe for many of the other companies that are involved in this type of activity, it is one of our key objectives, one of our key targets. Always improve the productivity of the farmer, because when you do that, you're able to make him happy, you make him come back to do the same thing. And when you give him a fair price, he also is satisfied. And by that time, you have already built a connection with him. He would always be your friend. So I don't think this is a problem for us. What we want is for many more like us to join the system, be involved in it, try as much as possible to be doing the same thing. And once we populate the environment, we'll be able to achieve the right quality, the right volumes, and so on. And then we'll all be happy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're going to wrap up now. For the question, we received all the questions. We'll direct them to the minister's representative and he'll answer them on the next panel. So thank you for joining the session. We have more sessions today. Please stay and continue to participate. And then I'll hand it over to Lila. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Yewande, for moderating this very interesting panel. And I must apologize for the mishap in the beginning. I'd like to tell the audience a little bit about our moderator. So Yewande Kazim is the founder of Wandiville Media, a communication and media company focused on development. Prior to this, Yewande worked with Dangote Farms on different agriculture projects, and she also managed the tomato processing facility project in Kano State. So thank you very much, Yewande, for that beautiful panel session. I would like to invite my colleague, Caleb Ojewale, who will give us a review of the agricultural promotion policy from 2016 to 2020 and its impact on the states. And that will then be followed by the second panel. So Caleb, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. And I would like to introduce very quickly the members of this panel. So it's a review of the agricultural promotion policy, which started in 2016. It took off in 2016, and it terminates this year, 2020. So we are hoping to review its impact on the states, generally, and of course on the states. And first on this panel is the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Engineer Frank Kudla, Director, Extension Services at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. And we also have Architect Kabir Ibrahim, the National President of Farmers Association of Nigeria. Then we have Dr. Ikechi Nbeoji, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture in Abia State. And we have Niyi Ogungbade, the CEO of Group Farmer. So with these panelists, we will be sharing insights, getting insights from them on how this policy has fared in its 4-year lifetime, what areas it has recorded successes, and what areas it recorded lapses. More importantly, from all of this discussion is for us to understand what needs to be done going forward as we design future policies in Nigeria to ensure that we get the best results from policy making for the agri sector. And to start this panel discussion, I will be directing my first question to Engineer Frank Kudla from the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. I believe Engineer Kudla is still with us. The first question here, as the ministry who has had the responsibility of ensuring Nigeria meets its food security targets as outlined in the APP. Can you give us a sense of how this policy has fared over the 4-year period? Looking at that policy, it had a 20.14 million metric ton deficit across 13 major crops, and that's when we aggregate everything and sum up all the deficits from rice to maize to soybean, everything. And there was a 60 million poultry bed deficit identified in that document as of 2016. So 20.14 million ton deficit for crops, 60 million poultry bed deficit. Now the policy terminates this year. How has it fared? How far have we come? How much of these deficits have we been able to bridge? Over to you, sir, Engineer Kudla.
Yes, thank you very much. I will quickly summarize to you some of the achievements this policy has achieved based on the indicators that we have. We have decrease in volume of imported staple crops by 5% per annum before now. And then by 2019, rice, based on the data before me, was improved by 5.74%, maize 1.3%, millet 9.21%, sorghum minus 0.83, cassava 0.47%. And still in our indicator, reduction in rural employment from 25% 2011 by 2% per annum. And then as of 2019, unemployment rate had reduced from 25% to 23.2%. Percent increase in loan guarantees to farmers in partnership with Central Bank and commercial federal government had guaranteed farmers credit facility compared to the initial stage. The percent of all credit available to agriculture is about 90% of the loanable funds in commercial and public banks is dedicated to agriculture. Then in our indicator 2% increase in sector funding as portion of national budget. By 2029 achievement, there was no significant improvement in budgetary allocation to agriculture in 2015. Then number of youth and women trained annually. More women and youth were trained through Agro and appeals program. Then percentage change in the number of women and youth entrepreneurs. There is substantial increase in the number of women and youth who have become entrepreneurs in the country between 2015 and 2019. Growth in volume of exported agricultural produce by more than 5% per annum. There was 4% increase in agricultural exports. Decrease volume in imported staple crops by 5% per annum. Import of staples such as rice and corn had reduced significantly between 2016 and 2019 as a result of improved local supply and promotion integrated rice processing clusters. Expansion of irrigable land by more than 85% per annum. Increased share of irrigable land from low of less than 10%. Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and Water Resources, in collaboration with World Bank, have collectively expanded the irrigable land in most of the existing irrigation schemes in the country. Growth in volume of exported agricultural products greater than 5% per annum. Increased in volume of domestic food consumption by 5% per annum. The volume of export of agricultural commodity has been increased since 2016. And expand infrastructure investment, irrigation, rural feeder roads, kilometer per annum increase, then per hectare cropping yield percent. Capital investment in rural infrastructure, particularly roads and irrigation facilities and upstream logistics, such as warehouse, storage, processing equipment are still rudimentary. And finally, increase in number of processing facilities. Over 50,000 small, medium, and large-scale processing facilities have been established in the country since 2015 to 2019, particularly for rice and dairy enterprise. And we also have noticed challenges during this period in question. Number one, we have challenges of insufficient funding of the sector, poor monitoring and evaluation techniques, inadequate consultation with key stakeholders, weak political will to follow the steps outlined in the policy document, farmers' herdsmen conflict, security challenges, poor market access for farmers, poor farm mechanization, poor storage facility, and weak research extension system. And we also have proffered some way forward, which include coming up of National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Plan, which would take place between 2021 to 2024 in terms of rationale, objective, and strategies. So we have also itemized the rationale, the strategies, objectives to achieve all this. So this is what I can say for now in response to the question you asked.
Thank you very much for the detailed breakdown you've given to us, Engineer Kudla. And I'm sure some of our other panelists and those following us on YouTube would probably think we gave you expo because it seems you came prepared. And now we are going to Dr. Ikechi Ingbeoji, the Commissioner for Agriculture in Abia State. I believe Dr. Ingbeoji is here with us, sir.
Thank you very much. I am here with you.
Okay, good to have you here, sir.
Okay.
The APP was designed as a national policy. So in your own experience as a state commissioner for agriculture, how much of it do you think has been operationally promoted at the state level when the implementation for the different components were being pursued over the last 4 years? Do you think the states really got to buy into its implementation at the state level, or was there a disconnect?
Well, thank you again. I can say that there hasn't been much of a disconnect in that sense. As a matter of fact, one could say that the program has been quite aggressively pursued, albeit not with the same level of aggression in various sectors pertaining to agriculture. So clearly, there has been what I can describe as a numerical increase arising from the concerted promotion of the program. We could see quite a huge increase in the number of in the acreage that is under cultivation, particularly with respect to palm oil and cassava, and to some larger extent rice. In other areas too, you could see that there has been quite a notable increase in terms of acreage. There's also been a number of increase in the number of people who are taken up to farming, even before the COVID, and particularly in the current COVID-19 era. Apparently, this may have something to do with the shift, in the focus in the country. People are increasingly realizing there is very little they could do in terms of looking for white-collar jobs. So here in Abia State, we have noticed an increase in the number of young people, and also not so young people who are taken up to farming. Now, that doesn't mean that, from my own point of view, that I would recommend or like farming to be seen as a kind of default profession. It shouldn't be so. People ought to take farming as a profession, not because they couldn't get jobs or because they find it difficult to make ends meet. Now, there's also an improvement in terms of the quality of farming, what I call the quality of farming. This one could discern from the increased use of improved seedlings, increased reliance on other forms of input. So this also cuts across board. There's also a noticeable increase in the area of processing, and I think that is key because one of the problems which we face in agriculture in this country is the lack of sufficient regard being paid to agro processing in virtually every sector. But having said all this, I think there are still some gaps. There are still some challenges. The key gap or the key challenges that I would really want us to look into is this issue of various stakeholders and actors, well-meaning, but then not properly coordinated. I think previous speakers in the first panel had hinted at this with respect to maybe the CBN. They may have the money, but then having the money doesn't mean that you have the core expertise or the core competence when it comes to agriculture. And so if you look at the lack of coordination between various actors and stakeholders, in the agri sector, you could see that there are, nice proposals out there. There are some very good proposals out there, but unless and until we begin to have a synergy, to have a proper coordination, and not having to reinvent the wheel all the time, or having agencies or actors spring up to do or pretend to do certain kinds of things, which there are already existing actors and institutions that have the core competence, that have the experience, have the wherewithal to get some of those things done. So we have witnessed in the past 4 or 5 years a phenomenon of various well-meaning but totally uncoordinated actors and stakeholders springing up, all because each and every one of them, in their own mind, intends to help Mr. President execute his policy. So I believe that this is an area where if this panel can find a way of addressing this issue of lack of coordination between the various actors and avoid a process of reinventing the wheel or having multiple agencies and actors pretending to be doing something. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments, Dr. Mbelji. We'll still come back to you with additional questions as we move on. And now we are going to Niyi Ogungbade, the MD CEO, Group Pharma. Mr. Ogungbade, I believe you're here on the call, sir. Okay, I can see Mr. Ogungbade. So the question I have here for you, from the private sector perspective, Would like you to just share with us, just very briefly, how much has the APP contributed to growth in the agri sector?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Ogunbade. So let me take the question again. You represent the private sector on this panel, and we want to get a perspective from that private sector on how much the APP has contributed to growth in the agri sector, which ordinarily is what any policy would pursue anyway. Did you get the question, Mr. Ogunbade?
Yeah.
Are you with us, Mr. Ogunbade? Okay, it appears Mr. Ogunbade is having some connectivity issues. So we will come back to him to take the question. So we will proceed to Architect Kabir Ibrahim, who is also on this panel, is the National President of Farmers Association of Nigeria. And the question here for Architect Ibrahim, as the leaders of farmers in Nigeria, how would you describe the performance of the APP in the last 4 years, the agri promotion policy in the last 4 years? How would you describe its performance? Just in 2-3 minutes. Architect Ibrahim, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Caleb. Good morning. Well, the APP has done what it was designed to do, but it could have been better, and the achievements could have been better captured by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. What they presented appears ambitious in some areas, but lackluster in very many others. I will respond to one issue that was raised that I carefully avoided in the last panel, the concentration of the activities of Anko Borough in the north. And to make a very valid point, when we partnered with government to evolve the APP, essentially the APP is really there to give the optimum push necessary for Nigeria's agriculture to fly. It was supposed to be the enabler for agricultural production and general development. One of what the CBN is doing is one of the components of APP, that is making finance readily available to the farmers. Beyond that, there are many cross-cutting issues from different arms of government that should coalesce to make agriculture to thrive and to be the mainstay of the economy. And this was essentially why APP borrowed from the good things that ATA had done at that time. I will specifically talk of the CACS, that is the Commercial Agriculture Loan Scheme of 200 billion that began in 2008 during the late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. I represented farmers on discussions of that loan to farmers and convinced them that the yardstick they were putting for commercial agriculture was too high. And then luckily now the CBN got into APP, but it has dominated the dynamics because Nigerians, for what we are, just look at money. We do not look at sustainability. Now, going back to the assertion that the Anko Borough is a northern agenda, I would like to say that all of southern Nigeria are doing better in agriculture than even the north because they did not have this largesse. Because the government itself does not partake in doing agriculture for profit itself. It doesn't own a farm. It doesn't produce anything to sell and get the revenue there. But it is supposed to create the enabling environment for farmers to be able to do well so that they will pay taxes, and the taxes will now be part of the generated revenue that the country requires to move forward to attend to other infrastructure. This is the whole idea. To make this really work, the Farmers Bank of Agriculture, should be owned by the farmers. The CBN should pay its equity in the Bank of Agriculture so that it hands off everything that it is doing, because that is not its mandate. We have seen that in its intervention in physical development. You know, when from probably 2000 or between 2008, 2009 up to 2015, they were really involved in providing centers of excellence, expansion of classrooms and all that to schools and even offices all over the country. The intervention was begun by, I think, the then Governor Soludo of the CBN. It was continued by, I think, Sanusi. And the current governor does not put much emphasis on it. He's talking more of agriculture. Now, let us look at what we got from that intervention in physical development. Unfinished products. I'm a consultant there. I've been one for 5 years. I've seen the project completion. Very, very poor. Same is happening to the Ankoboroa. So what we should do on the whole is to deploy all these resources to provide the enabling environment for farmers to be able to key into. Not necessarily give farmers money or talk of loans. No, the loans are too many. The windows are too many. If you look at the investment, and I keep saying it, and I want to be contradicted, the investment that the CBN is making in agriculture outweighs the gains from agriculture. You said 2-3 minutes. I hope I've been able to double into many of these areas.
Well, yes, you have. Thank you very much, Architect Ibrahim. I can see Niyo Ogunbade is now with us. Welcome, Mr. Ogunbade.
Thank you very much.
I'd asked the question earlier, so I'll take it again. On this panel, you are the only private sector representative we have. And the question is, how much has the Agri Promotion Policy 2016 to 2020, which terminates this year, how much has that policy contributed to growth in the agri sector? From your own understanding, how much has it supported private sector players to leverage on its provisions, to expand on their operations, to attract new investments, to get better, should we say, take better advantage of government policies or taxes, grants? In what way has it benefited the private sector in your own understanding? Over to you, Mr. Ogunbade.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Niyo Ogunbade again from Ufama. We joined the agri space 2018. I think we joined midway into APP, and many things we found, we met on ground. And we discovered that the agri space is a very viable space, and both for farmers and for investors. Agri farmer, what we try to do is to provide solutions to 4 major problems. We try to solve the problem of funding for farmers, solve the problem of technical know-how. We try to solve the problem of marketing, and by extension, we also try to look at it inherent in agriculture. By the time we came on, it has put a lot of things in place. First of all, that agriculture attracts people, and it was a good pedestal for us to much less trying to sensitize on how the APP is to give access, have access to information when it has to do with agriculture, and that has been done excellently well. I mean, everybody knows now that agriculture is a new oil in Nigeria and in Africa at large. So the awareness was there. It was easy for us to enter into the space and get things done. Another thing that APP tries to do is to give access to look at the issue of access to land. Now we have our presence in Oyo State, we have our presence in Ogun State and in Kaduna State. I'm going to talk about Ogun State, for instance. The state has been able to we have a project in our rights in of we have the various states, and that's not the equality that they wish they cultivate on. But because of the intervention of the government, they have access to land as big as 250 hectares. The size of our farm in that place is 2,500. But these farmers in their cluster, they are able to approach the government and they're able to access land, 250 hectares. There's no way a community of peasant farmers will be able to get such land and open it and make it sufficient for investment that we will be bringing in, you know. So by so doing, I think the government has done so well by making land available for a farmer and for any production company. Land is a very, very important part of the input that you need. So if you don't have access to land, talks about the aspect of access to land. When we started out 2018, we had a lot of problem accessing land. We didn't know how to go about it then. But eventually we were able to discover that the program that we made on ground, the agri-promotion policy, has taken care of these things. We were able to approach the right quarters. And again, we also look at the problem of risk management. NESA has been able to come up with a solution to that. I mean, you can invest, you can have your investment in agriculture and rest assured that your investment is secured. Again, we are in partnership with NAIC. NAIC gives us the cover that we need when it comes to securing our investment. I mean, there are many reasons why people want to run away from agriculture, and one of it is the risk involved. You know, they tell you that what if flood happens? What if we have drought? What about crop failure and all sorts? But with the cover that a company like NAIC will give, I mean, we have a lot of comfort, and our investors also have a lot of comfort. This period is a very good period for farmers, in the sense that the policies of the government, talking about ban on importation of rice and products like maize. I mean, it has really jolted the system into life. I mentioned earlier about our rice farm in Yewa North Ogun State. We have these farms along the borders of Nigeria, the borders between Nigeria and Benin Republic. These same borders are the routes that people used to smuggle rice into the country. And ironically, that is the same axis that we have these investments. Because of because of the ban on importation of rice, we have been able to create a lot of jobs. We have been able to substitute smuggling for production. I mean, a lot of young people are leaving such criminal activities to embracing agriculture just because of the policy of the government. And we too, as private sector, we are collaborating with such policies to ensure that we are creating wealth for people, we are creating jobs, and we are also safeguarding our economy. I would like to stop here and take more questions as they come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogunbade, for the detailed response you've given us. And now we are going back to Engineer Kudla, Director of Agri-Extension Services at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. And there's this question here. The first question that we asked you was on domestic food security and the targets outlined in the agri-promotion policy. But that policy also had an export component that wanted to prioritize certain crops such as cowpea, cocoa, cashew, cassava, and the likes. Already for cocoa and sesame, we are doing considerably well. They are the top two agri exports from Nigeria. But then we have a bunch of other crops that we set targets. And there was a time it was even mentioned we were looking to export rice, although the local production was not quite certain even at that time. So we want to hear from you the targets set for the export component, the crops that we wanted to prioritize in terms of export. How much have we grown from 2016 to 2020, where this policy sought to give them priority? What difference have we made in terms of the volume and value of the agro exports that were targeted in this policy? So over to you, sir, Engineer. Is Engineer Kudla still with us? Okay, Engineer Kudla, over to you, sir.
Yes. In the course of the discussion, I will come up with details for you. But I know, I just don't know offhand, but there are several value chain that was considered for they are targeted for exportation. But currently I can mention few: cowpea, sesame, and soybeans. They are one of the major crops that are being targeted, including rice. But as I said, there are several numbers of crops that are being considered, but I don't know it offhand. I will get back to you on that. I will also want to ask the last speaker. He spoke about their relationship with NICEL and NAIC. It appears to me that what they are getting from NICEL is same with what they are getting from NAIC. Maybe if he can explain to us, to me, this one is for my personal consumption because I have not seen the difference. And this will add to the saying of the one of the previous speaker from Abia, that creation of several agencies for doing same purpose should be discouraged, so that we can harness the resources we have and channel it to get a productive output. So I will get back to you on that in a few minutes, please.
All right, sir. Thank you. That we'll be expecting the detailed feedback. And also, sir, Engineer Kudla, perhaps if you could take this follow-up that we got from the audience. there is this perception that rice seems to have gotten more attention, more emphasis, perhaps at the detriment of other crops. For instance, wheat, which is currently Nigeria's agricultural import, does not seem to be getting as much attention, even though they were both identified in this same policy. What are your thoughts? Is this a coincidence, or perhaps are there things being done that we are not aware of?
No, well, I think this is self-explanatory. Nigeria have banned importation of rice, and you will agree with me that rice is, I can say, is one of the celebrated crop in Nigeria, which is eaten in every section of this country. When this ban on rice came on board, this was deliberately done to encourage our own in-house production. Now, you have seen significant change in the way of consumption of this rice, and how people have tilted their own demand for rice produced in the country than the one coming from outside. So definitely we have to pump in funds to fill in the gap of the deficiency of rice due to this policy. You could imagine too, the rice we used to import from Asia, the quantity of rice coming in then was so huge, and all of a sudden it is stopped from coming in. Definitely it must create a gap. And if we don't pump sufficient funds to see that we bridge this gap, then there will be shortage, particularly in that rice and in general food production. So it will not be out of place to notice that rice have been given some preferable attention by government than other crops. It's so natural. We have to do that in order to cushion the gap that this ban has created.
Thank you very much for that response, Engineer Kudla, and the clarification. And so we're going back to Professor Ngboji, and I should perhaps make the correction now. So I understand it's Professor Ikechi Ngboji and not Doctor, so apologies for that, Prof. And I believe you're still with us, Professor Ngboji, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture in Abia State. Okay, and so the question here for you, Prof, looking at the policy and its focus area, from your own understanding and experience so far, how much has Abia as a state used this to drive attention to areas it has competitive advantage? And by attention, we are referring to investment. In terms of investment to the areas where Abia has competitive advantage, how has this policy been a tool for you to drive attention to those areas? And perhaps if you probably haven't been able to use it in that way, what lessons do you think we can learn such that similar policies would be driving investment to the areas that different states have competitive advantage? So over to you, sir, Professor Ngboji.
Thank you very much. I think one advantage so far, or one benefit so far, is at least to bring to the fore the importance of having lots of our people engaged in agriculture. So on that, at that level, one can say that it's been a success. But then when you drill it a bit deeper, there are still certain lessons that we must learn if we are to make something better out of the program itself. The first, of course, is this phenomenon of briefcase farmers. I think is not uncommon. It's actually a common practice almost all over the world. I mean, wherever there is some money to be dispensed, and you set certain conditions before one can lay hands on that money, you are bound to see various people, various stakeholders trying to contort themselves to fit in within those prescribed parameters in order to access the money. So it's not peculiar to us. But I believe that it's a problem which we can minimize to the various levels if we make use of established entities like AFAN. I'm not saying this because Architect Kabir is here. I believe that farmers know themselves. Farmers have done a pretty good job of organizing themselves. Leaving the issue of trying to determine who is a farmer to maybe the government alone can often give rise to briefcase farmers to hijack or infiltrate the process, and you end up having a phenomenon in which people believe that the funds is part of their share of the national cake, that they've been sharing money. Therefore, this is it is not their turn to fill in the forms and to contort themselves to fit into the criteria or the parameters for accessing such funds. So, if we can, to some extent, allow recognize associations of farmers such as AFAN to help the government to weed out the so-called chaff from the grain, so that when people show up or when they are being pre-qualified, it comes from the organized private sector, who are much more better positioned to recognize and identify themselves and to enable government without the emergency farmers or the fly-by-night kind of farmers, just people who are trying to show up at the counter to receive money. So that's one. The second lesson that we've learned so far is that the program doesn't really do well for every sector in agriculture the same way. In that sense, you could say that there are certain types of agriculture that are better suited or better fitted to benefit from that particular program. Not every kind of agricultural enterprise, poses the same degree of opportunity or platform for maximum benefits. For example, in areas of cassava farming, yes, it's been a success in Agriculture State. But then when you're looking into those kinds of farming where the acreage is huge, for example, palm oil, I mean, there is very little to say for that particular program with respect to palm oil. You can't do palm oil seriously with anything less than 100 to 5,000 hectares of land. So on that note, one could argue that we need to be a little bit more sophisticated when it comes to how we deploy these resources. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It just hasn't worked that way, at least not in other states. And then the third point, which I believe is a takeaway from here, is that we need to stop this almost idea or approach of trying to devise new things, new institutions, and then pull the plug on them so soon, and then get a new one again. So virtually every government that comes into existence would want to start almost afresh, as if there was nothing on ground before it emerged. I think that's the wrong approach. Programs ought to be allowed to run. We can tinker with them in the areas where we believe that they're not, optimal, or where they're not particularly efficient. But to continually uproot programs and create new ones under whatever guise or moniker, to my mind, it's not the best possible way to go about some of these things. Since I assumed office, I have noticed certain programs that have literally gone moribund, not because they have spent their course, not because their lifespan is spent, simply because those who propagated them or those who initiated them have left office. So a new government comes in, it almost acts as if agriculture was a virgin territory. There were no concepts or institutions or platforms with which to build on. So those are my little observations as it pertains to Abia State. It may well be that those observations may be valid with respect to other states or with respect to Nigeria as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights you've shared with us, Prof. And very quickly, because of time, we hope to wrap up this panel in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So Architect Ibrahim, the National President of Farmers Association of Nigeria, we're coming back to you. The question here, looking at this policy, the agri promotion policy, in particular the APP, we are not focusing on the anchor borrower this time, but the APP, the policy. From your knowledge of areas where you think the policy has floundered, what should be done going forward to ensure that future policies do not have the same challenges, do not suffer the same fate as this current policy? It's done well in some areas, it's perhaps not done well in other areas. Those areas where it has not done well, what do we need to correct? What lessons should we be working on for the future policies, and especially the one that would follow it immediately? Over to you, Architect Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Caleb. The APP has done very well in so many areas, but there are some deficiencies in taking all stakeholders along. And then the actual implementation of all the things that were itemized to be achieved in the APP. Now, first and foremost, someone has to own agriculture in this country. The federal government is supposed to create the enabling environment. Agriculture itself takes place in the states, and the people who do agriculture are farmers. So looking at those variables, everybody or all the organs that I listed should be allowed to really do these things to their full potential. And then agriculture will take its place. That is, its dignity will be restored. This was the whole idea behind the APP. Let there be an optimum push to make agriculture take off. Not a monopoly of the policy by any one party. The federal government will churn out the policy. The farmers will key into the policy because it will improve their lot. And the states will be guided by that policy because they have the land on which farming is done. If we do that, the next policy that will take us through 21-24 will take all the good things from ATA, all the good things from APP, and then design an implementation strategy for all these things to happen. Then going on, we should keep building on the gains. Then we have policy consistency, and Nigeria will be better off for it. And that's how the United States became what it is, Brazil, India, and all that. If you change policies, you have what they call policy somersault. So just continue with that. learn by making those mistakes, and then forge ahead until you meet the success that you desire. Now, I would want to go away from here and answer a few questions or shed light on some. Engineer Frank raised the issue of NAIC and NASAL doing one and the same thing. No, I think they complement each other. NAIC is there to ensure what we do. NASAL is there to de-risk agricultural lending. That is, the banks that have over the years developed the apathy not to lend for agriculture are being encouraged to lend for agriculture. So these two organs are complementary and they should remain. I thank you immensely. Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you very much, Architect Ibrahim, for those insights that you shared again. And then we go to Niyi Ogungbade, the MD CEO, Group Pharma. Mr. Ogungbade, are you still with us, please? Mr. Ogungbade, are you with us?
Yes,
please?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yes, I can hear you now. We can hear you. So the question here, now that we are anticipating a new policy that will take over from where the APP will end, what are those things you believe are required in the new policy in order for it to drive the much needed growth through private sector players in agriculture?
Okay, thank you. I think developing new policy, we must put into consideration the policy that is just winding up. Just corroborating what former speakers have said. I mean, we cannot afford to have break in the progress that we are making. Nigeria needs to step up our game, really, in food production. When we look at the projection, talking about our population, in 2050 we'll hit like 400 million. So, and the rate at which food is produced is not commensurate. Therefore, we need to put into consideration new policy that will continue with what we have currently or what is winding up. We also need to add into the new policy details that will empower technology players in the industry. We need to put into consideration technology in food production. We cannot produce food the way we used to produce it in the 60s, in the 70s, 80s now, and meet the demand that we have in our hands for the future. Therefore, we need to consider technology in the new policy. We need to empower. We need to give power to technology involvement. One of the speakers was talking about GMOs. We need to start making policies that will create safety for food for consumers of these items that we're talking about. Then again, we need to work more on oriented farmers. We need to do more of extension work. Most of the farmers on the field, they tend to see any investment coming to their community as their own share of the national cake. We had issues with some, and there are many people that we approached, many farmers that we onboarded, and by the process of distributing input and all sorts, they discovered that we're not going to share, we're not going to give them cash. So they backed out. That in a way helped us to sieve out people that are not really farmers, they just want to just profiteer. And because of that, we discovered that there is a lot of mentality among our local farmers. And they feel like since we cannot go to Abuja to collect our own share, anything that comes to us, we need to just pocket it. I mean, we really need to look into that. Then again, we in Good Farmer, we believe in intensification a lot. We believe we can achieve more with the same resources that we have. We therefore realize that if we're able to fix irrigation, if we're able to fix irrigation in this country, our production can double. Whatever figures that we have now, if we can fix irrigation, our output will double. For instance, now our sesame farm, Prof was talking about sesame the other time. Our sesame farm in Southwest, we introduced sesame to Southwest, and we have been able to identify that we can run three cycles if we have irrigation, compared to one cycle that is in some parts, if just 1,000 acres, and we are able to run just once a year. Imagine what will happen if we're able to run 2 times, or let's even say 2 times. That means we're able to double our output, and that is part of the things that we look at in Good Farmer. So we should look at how we can do more on the little land that we are cultivating now.
Policy. There are about 10, namely rice, wheat, maize, corn, fish, milk, dairy, tomato, oil, palm, cocoa, cotton, and sorghum. So back to the issue raised, I think the new policy is not going to be something significantly different from what has been in existence. My understanding with policy formulation is you build emerging issues on the existing ones. You must have learned lesson from the existing one and find out where are the merits and demerits, close the gaps which was established. Just like this policy now inherited some good aspects from ATA. The new policy will also inherit all the good aspects. It has become like a foundation for the next policy. And I can assure you, after the conclusion of this new proposed policy, you will find out that 80% of what will be there is what is in this current one. It is only the emerging issues that will be incorporated into the new one. And I strongly believe all stakeholders will be part of this new policy. And it is my sincere belief that there is going to get a holistic treatment, which will get a rich input that will enhance our agricultural production. The whole thing is, how do we enhance production? Just like one of the speakers said before, you go to other countries and find out that 1 hectare of land gives higher tonnage of product, while compared to ours, which will be less, with even maybe 60 to 70%. Why? You will begin to find out the reason. I believe we must know why is it so. Either we are having bad seed, either the seed quality is bad, the soil also is not fertile. How do we fertilize this soil? And the system of even our irrigation or even wet season farming, the way we approach and the climate change, all these factors are there. Then when we identify them, how do we mitigate them? So these are the approach I'm looking at. And honestly speaking, I think there will be a very good outcome from the proposed policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights you've given us again, Engineer Kudla, and we are, of course, eagerly anticipating this new policy. More importantly, we are hoping it will not only build on the good aspects of the current policy, but more importantly, it will fix the gaps, fix the linkages, and deliver the sector a policy that would lead to better growth, better outcomes, and a better agri sector that would cater to the food security needs of Nigeria. So once again, I would like to appreciate the members of this panel for your time, for your insights, for the knowledge you've shared with us. We thank you for taking our time to join us, and we hope you do stay with us for the rest of the session to listen to the other discussants on our subsequent panels. Thank you very much, and over to Lily.
Thank you very much, Caleb, and well done on that excellent panel representing some of Nigeria's greatest agriculture experts. I think there was a lot of insights gained from that panel, so well done to you. Without any further ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Sadiq Usman, who is a Deputy CCO of the Agro-Allied Flour Mills of Nigeria, PLC. So Mr. Usman, are you there with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Mr. Usman is going to give an address on behalf of Flour Mills PLC of Nigeria, but right before that, there'll be a very short advert, and then so you can go on to your address. So over to the Business Day Tech team that will play a very short advert before your address. Thank you.
Thank you.
Within the agricultural sector, we've worked closely with a network of smallholder farmers, farmers associations, outgrowers, young entrepreneurs, and key dealer distributors to secure the essential raw materials needed for our production process. To strengthen their capabilities, FMN continues to invest in the provision of enabling structures, particularly in the areas of specialized training, agronomic support, and related extension services. We harness our expertise, as well as great innovation, the reach of our business, so that these farmers can enjoy access to better inputs, aggregation, and storage via our network of warehouses, collection points, and silo complexes, which helps to reduce post-harvest yield losses, improve yields, and help distribution. Better crop yields for the farmers means that they can now earn more for themselves and for their families. It also means they can produce affordable agricultural produce for the market that consumer, and industries. This is one of the ways that we can positively impact the general standard of living in the communities in which we operate. It is essential because we know that the sustainability and future growth of our business depends on it.
Flour Mills of Nigeria, celebrating 60 years of feeding the nation every day.
Thank you very much for that wonderful video. So over to you, Mr. Usman.
Thank you very much, Lele. And thank you also for the opportunity to make a few remarks ahead of this esteemed panel that we're about to listen to discuss something very close to my heart, achieving efficiency and resilience of backward value chains among FMCGs. In my role today as a director within the FMN group, I'm actually responsible for backward integration. So this is a day job. So I'm very keen to learn how I can accomplish my role much better. We're certainly meeting in a non-conventional way at a very auspicious time. I remember speaking at the Business Day conference last year, and I think the year before. I think we would all agree that it was certainly a very different setting. With today, we have the backdrop of COVID-19. We're witnessing recessionary growth in the economy. There's instability in the foreign exchange market. We're having current account challenges. And there continue to be very valid debates about the best way to ensure food security for this country, and also the security of lives and property, particularly as it involves our farmers and people in the rural areas. The company Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC, which I'm privileged to work for, is turning 60 this year, as you saw in the video. Very much like the nation, Nigeria itself, which we have been proud to be associated with. In its evolution from a single site flour mill, the business in the port of Apapa has grown to become Nigeria's largest food and agro-allied group. And to do that, it has had to undergo a necessary and sometimes difficult transformation. Today, we have a business that's intricately woven into the fabric of this great nation, with significant investments across the length and breadth of the country. I believe the group has about 18 subsidiaries today, and we're invested in 5 key value chains. Grain processing, primarily involved in the processing of wheat, maize, sorghum, for consumer and corporates. Our sugar sweeteners, we're invested in palm plantation and sugar refining. Edible oils, the whole range of soybean, palm oil, palm kernel oil for B2B and B2C products. Animal fats, we have the largest animal feed company in the country today. We're the largest consumers of maize, the largest consumer of soybean in the country. And then cassava starches, through a company that we used to call Thai Farm, and it's now called Premium Cassava Products. We're the first major industrial producer of gari, together with cassava starch and high quality cassava flour. These significant investments have been built, obviously, alongside quite a robust logistics platform and distribution platform, where we're also involved in things such as fertilizer, blending and distribution, seed production and marketing, chemicals, and that famous company called BACO, which is involved in agricultural sacks and packaging. So we've been very busy in the agricultural value chain, and we've been very busy in the process of diversification. In recent times, beyond our focus on domestication of our raw material supply chains wherever possible, we have also been investing and advocating for an ecosystem that prioritizes the productivity of the farmer in terms of yield, access to technology, and good agricultural practice. I believe these are the central things that will bedrock of the transformation of Nigeria's agri space. But also along with that is the need to support the industrial and agricultural sectors with the appropriate set of policy measures that will engender investment, and also the importance of seeing both the agricultural as well as in industrial sectors with long-term concessionary sources of funding. And I note a lot of the discussions around the funding mechanisms that are available today, or the proliferation of those funding mechanisms, but also something that was not touched on so far in all the discussions I've heard today, harnessing the significant water resources in the country for the benefit of agriculture. I think this is something that we have to pay a great deal of attention to in the coming years if we're indeed going to transform agriculture. So it is in this context that it would be great to hear and share perspectives on how we can work collaboratively to seize this golden opportunity once again. I feel that the solutions are known, and we heard many of these things in the last session and in the address. The solutions are known, but it's the execution that we need to focus on now. And in doing the execution, I believe that Nigeria's surest and most sustainable path to industrialization is building that nexus between agriculture and industry. So at this point, permit me to hand over to our dear esteemed panel. I look forward to being a part of the discussion, and I look forward to an engaging and discussion. And at the end of it, more alignment on the key things that we need to do to drive Nigeria's transformation in agriculture and industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Usman, for that very insightful address. Thank you for your points and your insights. Without any further ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Ayola Oluga, who is the CEO of AgriCoast Integrated Services Limited. He's a seasoned finance and investment professional with over 12 years of experience. Previously, he worked in various capacities with organizations like Pilot Securities Limited, which is a member of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, Zenith Bank PLC, among others. He is a first-class graduate of economics from Babcock University, and he also has a master's degree in financial analysis and fund management from the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom. So Mr. Ayola Oluga, welcome as the moderator for the next and final panel. It's entitled Call to Question, the Reputational Future of Farm Crowdfunding Platforms and Agritech Startups. So Mr. Oluga, over to you. I just want to make sure that he's on,
Thank you, Lele. We're taking the panel Beyond Goodwill, Achieving Efficiency and Raising Resilience of Backward Value Chains Among FMCGs. On this panel, we have Sadiq Kasim, General Manager, Corporate Affairs at TGI Group. We have Ade Feko, the Vice President, Government and Corporate Relations at Olam Nigeria. We have Engineer Olusegun Falade, who at Flour Mills is the head of the Agri-Input Unit, Golden Agri-Input at Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC. And then we have Cyril Ugu, Regional Coordinator for West Africa at IDH. I believe we have all our panelists on the call. So we're starting with Sadiq Kasim at CGI. Mr. Kasim, are you on the call, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, nice to have you here with us, and welcome. So at CGI, the panel is focusing on achieving efficiency and raising the resilience of backward value chain among FMCGs. And CGI is one of those companies that has spread its tentacles into different manufacturing concerns. And now that you have to source locally, at least those agricultural inputs that you have to get locally, the first question that I want to ask, that I want to put to you, when sourcing locally from the time you've had to do more of backward integration, what are the challenges you typically encounter in getting inputs that match your needs at TGI? More importantly, by identifying this is for us to know what lapses exist and how we can bridge those gaps.
All right, thank you, Caleb. For us, again, here, some of the typical challenges we encounter would be access to land and land resources, access to the right database for farmers that would be involved in our outgrower schemes, definitely access to finance, not necessarily finance to us as a company, but finance that would be subsidized and finance that would be for the farmer himself. The kind of risk that companies like us take to fund such activities, which has been stated also in the previous panels, is so huge that you really need to have government support, development finance support to be able to do that. But however, there have been successes, like I keep mentioning. We have to spend a lot of resources to first get the farmer database, develop the farmer's capacity to be able to deliver the right quality, the right quantities also, try to enhance their productivity at all times so that we get the volumes we are expecting. Then, as far as land is concerned, you see, land in Nigeria is vast and is available, but however, it's not prepared. Sadiq Usman just mentioned the issue of how have we been able to harness water resources, for instance, which is the next key question, the next key event that we need to do. So it is important, it's very valid, but as a company, we have been able to provide the right quality of inputs, fertilizers, seeds, the agrochemicals and crop protection chemicals that are required. And like I said earlier on, we have also been able to manage post-harvest handling at the end of the cropping season. This is maybe our experience in TGI. And like you mentioned, Caleb, we are involved in key value chains. We have under our outgrower schemes, we have over 50,000 farmers spread across sesame, rice, maize, soya, and cotton. These are some of the key crops we have been handling and spread around key producing states also. That's the situation.
Thank you very much for the comments, Mr. Kasim. And now we go to Engineer Falade at the Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC. I was going to ask you the same question on the challenges you typically encounter in getting input, but Mr. Kasim has spoken more in terms of things that relate more to access to land, infrastructure, and the like. So I would like to put it to you, Engineer Falade, this way. Quality versus quantity. Do you get the right mix that you require at Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC? I'm sure you have certain quality standards for the different things you have to process and manufacture. And that means what is coming from the farm has to be of a certain quality, and it also has to be of the right quantity that would meet your production target. So what has been the experience now that you have to backward integrate and rely more on the local supply chain? What has been your experience in terms of getting the right quality and the right quantities that meet your production needs? Engineer Falade, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Caleb. Good afternoon, everyone. Like Sadiq already mentioned, for a company like us in flour mills, for instance, in both the maize and the soybean value chain, especially, and the cassava value chain, getting the right mix of quality and quantity is a big challenge. It's something that, you know, every company who are looking for efficiency and resilience in this space must be prepared for. Farmers, merchants are looking for ways and manners to make more money, especially during this particular scarcity of raw materials, especially from the farmers. However, we have set up various quality assurance processes within both at the farm gate and also at the factory gate to ensure that we have the quality of materials that we are looking for. Yes, in order to get the quantity, you have to spread your net far and wide to be able to do that. And one of the things we decided that we're going to do as a company is the fact that we really want to teach the farmers on the farm to produce the quality materials that we are going to offtake from them. Therefore, supporting them with agronomy practices and teaching and training the trainers within those communities is of vital importance to us. We know that it is something that will take time, but we have been recording a lot of successes because year on year, the qualities are becoming better. And one of the things that has assisted us, because looking at the quality of what is going to come out, if the farmer is able to get the right yield of maize per hectare, his tendency to put stones, wood, all in his goods when he's supplying it to the factories will be reduced because he has enough and he's going to make enough money. And one of the things that we have done is, I know it's going to come out during this discussion, partnering with global technical partners who knows what they are doing to assist in getting the right type of seed that would eventually give the farmer what, you know, the quality that he has. Once people to produce the quantity and the quality, definitely, I mean, going to the factory will be a lot better. And one of the things we've also done and invested in is research in the type of input, especially with fertilizer. You know, the write-up of fertilizer for different crops, for different areas, because that is also very, very important. So we have shifted our attention from the generic fertilizer material that you find in the market and targeting some crop-specific fertilizer. So we are gradually upping the antes of our farmers in focusing attention, not just going to the farm and producing, and at the end of the day, it comes with a very, very poor yield, but better yield, and a lot of testimonies from a lot of farmers. So we continue to invest in that, and when we buy from merchants or when we buy from open market, the quality control at the source is especially very important. So we have trained a lot of people. A lot of our aggregators have been trained specifically to check the quality we want, ranging from moisture to the quantity of foreign matters in what we are getting. So by the time it's arriving at the factory, one is very sure that what is coming in is of the highest quality. The challenges are still there. Year on year, we are reducing and increasing in terms of efficiency, and that is what we're going to continue to do as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Falade, for those insights that you have shared with us. And now we are going to Mr. Ade Adefeko, the Vice President, Corporate and Government Relations at Olam Nigeria. Mr. Adefeko, are you with us, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Okay, sir. If it was not a formal session, I would have called you Egmont as usual. I guess I already did.
Yes.
So, Mr. Adefeko, the question I would like to put across to you, we've heard from two speakers who have spoken on the challenges they typically face in getting inputs that match their needs. So what I want to put to you, sir, in your own estimation, are there enough incentives for FMCGs to drive the backward integration plan? And if there aren't enough incentives, what more do you think needs to be put in place in order for FMCGs to drive the backward integration plan?
Thank you. Are there enough incentives? There are never enough incentives, but anytime you have challenges, you look at the opportunities. And a lot of us a lot of my colleagues were talking about TGI here, we're talking about flour mills. So all of us have said to ourselves that we should always look at the opportunities and to a large extent try to overcome the challenges. Very, very important. And as you know, in Olam, we have been around for about 31 years. And I mean, we from seed to shelf, as it were, for us. So midstream, upstream, downstream. So for us, it's always important to make sure that across the entire value chain, okay, Sadiq spoke to something. He spoke to the fact that we need to achieve a nexus. That nexus is very, very important and very, very critical. Okay, you are speaking with respect to incentives. Let's even look at for those of us who are into who are into grains. Let's look at the grains, for example. Now let's look at maize, soya, sesame, and the likes. You know, our silo capacity in the country is over 1 million, but less than 1/3 of that, okay, is filled. You find that at every point in time, our strategic reserve is always undercapacitated, and that we need to work on. We have a lot of farmers across the states with respect to most of our primary commodities that we use as inputs or as inputs for some of the products or areas which we play. Let me give an example for poultry, animal feed and poultry, maize and soya. Okay, that for us is a critical area in which we need, to a large extent, have farmers who will cultivate and who will uptake from. But of course, as we speak right now, we have a deficit, but that deficit cannot be covered overnight, and that's what we're working on. I think Shegun spoke to that, okay? Talking about the fact that you already know what you want. Based on what you want, you have the farmers who uptake from you, who are already in cooperatives, okay? And who more or less farm for you. Just make sure that there's a continuous uptake from them. Of course, you have your specs, and I've never been a fan, and Sadiq, the two Sadiqs, okay, will agree with me that I always speak to the fact that intervention funds are very good, but there must be alignment with these intervention funds, and these intervention funds must get to the people. Look at the wheat, for example. Let me just use that as an example. Because we have common interests with respect to wheat milling and flour. I mean, the wheat milling industry or the flour industry employs close to 10 million people. Okay, so across that entire value chain, okay, that entire value chain is a value chain that we have issues ranging from poor production, sometimes from some of the farmers. We have issues of infrastructure. We have issues of storage, and for us, I mean, Sadiq spoke to the fact that we do not have enough irrigated land. Less than 1% of our cultivated area is irrigated. That is poor. With the amount of money we put or you invest in our water resources. So we should do more of irrigated farming. We don't do enough of that. Let's look at support services from agro extension workers. The ratio is round about one extension agent to about 8,500 farmers. That is very, 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 very poor. So we have issues of silo capacity issues, irrigation issues, and again, cold chain storage for those who are involved in that aspect, tomato value chain, for example. Okay, so those issues are there, but what has happened is that as multinationals or as FMCG companies, we have the scale, and that scale is what we bring to bear in what we do. But in bringing that to bear, we make sure that to a large extent, we bring the small scale farmers into the mix. And that is what is very, very important and very critical. There must be a handshake and a convergence between the big players and the smallholder farmers, who are the ones that we can, have what we call a proper handshake with. So I will not say there are no incentives. The incentives are there, but what we need to guard against is the policy side of issues, where we have policy flip-flops. Constantly, we have policy flip-flops, and these policy flip-flops don't help your planning, particularly for those who plan long-term. Okay, look at us, for example, in wheat milling. We invested over 300 billion, that is, 300 billion in the last 10 years on, in trying to upgrade, in upgrading, in acquiring, and fine-tuning our flower plants. Okay, that's a lot of money. A lot of investment, and this is just basically to help us, achieve higher efficiency and scale. And from oaks little acorns grow. A lot of you know that. A lot of us know that wheat is not a tropical. Is not a tropical crop. It's a temperate crop. We do not grow enough of it, and we need to understand that fact that we do not grow enough of it and shy away from political speak about the fact that we will be self-sufficient in wheat production, which is a major component of flour. And that, I think, we need to speak to. So access to land, irrigation, high quality seeds, fertilizer and farming practices, equipment, access to low cost working capital for some, and training for farmers. Okay, it's really, 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 really important that the millers, the farmers, state governments, the federal government, and the CBN together work in concert to achieve these efficiencies, to help what we're doing in the backward integration space, particularly amongst the FMCGs.
Thank you very much for those insights you've shared with us, Mr. Adi Adifeko, the Vice President, Corporate and Government Relations at Olam Nigeria. We are still going to come back to you, and in particular, focusing on the aspect about getting the farmers to improve their productivity. And we will be getting insights from other speakers as well, because as I understand, the FMCGs here have outgrown programs in different forms that support farmers to produce specific crops that they in turn have to offtake. So we'll be coming to that as well. So for now, we are going to Mr. Cyril Ugu, the Regional Coordinator for West Africa at IDH. And this question perhaps relates to the smallholder farmer thing that we are coming back to. Nigeria has a productivity challenge, which we all know. And these are seen farmers producing on the average below their peers elsewhere across the world. And your organization has been doing some work over the years across different crops to try and improve these productivity gaps that farmers record. So we want you to speak to how this gap can be realistically fixed in a few years so that industry can get best value locally. The manufacturers want to offtake, but they need, like I asked Mr. Engineer Falade earlier, they need the right quality at the right quantity. From the work you are doing, what insights can you share with us on how we can realistically fix the gaps for perhaps if you have certain crops that you can speak to with more detail in, say, 3-5 minutes? We'd like to hear from you, Mr. Cyril Ugu.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. Actually, I'm really very delighted listening to the other partners here, the companies. I think, like they said, we all seem to know what the problems are. I'm really delighted at the FMN, the way they spoke, because IDH at our level, at Olam as well, we believe that building the capacity of smallholder farmers and SMEs, the small, medium industry in the agro value chain, and integrating them into the supply chain of these big companies, the brands, is the key to sustainable development in Nigeria, in African agriculture, not just Nigeria. But the point is, we all know this, but and then we seem to know the problems, which are, they said, getting the right input at right cost, and then getting access to finance. But one factor that is often neglected is access to knowledge. Knowledge here is not just knowledge on agronomic practices. It is key, of course, because you can increase productivity without, by just increasing knowledge. Take, for instance, the cassava value chain, where people just do cassava, will get up to 10 hectares because people plant and then use it to fill gaps in the field. But with proper planting, if farmer knows that he can increase up to 10,000 stands in 1 hectare, that can give him up to 20 metric tons per hectare. But again, it takes time to convince the farmer that, that you can put 10,000 stands or 12,000 stands of cassava sticks on 1 hectare. So that's where the building their capacity comes into play. Beyond that, you have the issue of even understanding the market, because sometimes if you take one of the producers who say the millers, what I need is white maize, and there's a research finding that yellow maize gives 5-6 times the yield of white maize. No matter the volume of white maize you produce, that processor can never buy it. So there's need for the farmers to understand the market. What does the market want? What is there for me? And then I have to engage with the market end before even I produce. So this is a key factor. And then on the issue of knowledge, you have to look at the ethics. Our farmers, they are not very ignorant as we think. They are intelligent people as well. And then if you're buying by volume, they tend to play some games, putting sticks, putting all kind of things to increase the volume or to increase the weight, thinking they can shortchange. So this thing needs training on ethics, on business ethics, how to do business on continuity of business. Not just you take it there, you make money today, tomorrow they find out you are a fraud and there are no more there. So this knowledge is important. And then even in terms of the handling, post-harvest handling of their commodities. again, it is critical because they have to take the cassava for those of us who are in the cassava value chain. I think many people are here there. The cassava value chain, if you harvest and then you don't take it to the factory within 24, 48 hours, you start losing the value. They may buy it off you, but if they're buying the starch in the cassava, of course, they pay you less. So these are the knowledge farmers need to have. And again, a little of negotiation, understanding business ethics, and knowing that today you have to be consistency with your partners. Otherwise, if it's a short end, today there is a shortage, and then you shortchange them and you sell to another person, then you're not reliable. He won't come back to you. So these are the things we do, and then we partner with organizations. The big, I think so many of the names I've heard here will have one relationship or the other, working with them to co-plan, co-design, and co-manage and co-finance programs that can really lead to changing these business practices that will lead to, again, positive changes at the farm level. And that's what we'll be doing at IDH. For those who don't know, we have been around for 11 years doing this in more than 40 countries. And then we work essentially with private sector. We work with sector, we convince stakeholders, but essentially our intervention is mostly with the private sectors on how to get them to integrate smallholders into their supply chain. And then we now work with them on these areas, on building the capacity of the farmer, preparing them to be able to meet the requirements of the companies. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you very much for the insights you've shared with us, Mr. Ugu. And now we are going back to Engineer Falade at the Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC. And just like I had said before, Mr. Ugu was called up to give his own comments. We have different outgrower programs by FMCGs looking to target smallholder farmers that can produce perhaps maize that they need, or cassava, or rice, even for the rice millers, or even wheat. As I understand that the wheat farmers, for instance, have arrangements where the wheat processors take everything that they produce locally. And you've also spoken earlier on what you are doing at Flour Mills, having crop-specific fertilizers, which would go a long way in helping farmers achieve more productivity. So what I would like you to tell us, Engineer Falade, in designing outgrower programs that are going to get farmers more engaged and give you the best value, what lessons have you learned so far that you think, if you can share with us, would enable others to improve on this backward integration plan? Because until every FMCG is able to better deliver value on the backward integration plan, we might not be quite certain if it's failing or if it's not failing. So what can we do in respect of giving more support to smallholder farmers, not just by aggregating them to farm, but also giving them the right inputs, which, like you've said, crop-specific fertilizers? What lessons, what have you learned? What can we expand on as an industry? And of course, as usual, I would still like to know what more can we do to support what you're doing? What more can be done to make your life easier, if you can put it that way too? Thank you, Engineer Falade. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by using these two acronyms. You cannot give what you don't have. That's number one. And two, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. From those two premises, this is what we in Flour Mills of Nigeria, using the agro input company, to achieve. As far as backward integration is concerned, and working with the older farmers. When I say you cannot give what you don't have, one of the speakers mentioned, Sadiq mentioned that, look, if we have one one person to almost 8,500 farmers in Nigeria in terms of providing services to the farmers and training them, which is extremely very poor, all right? But as a company, what we do is that we have own farm demonstration place where currently we are training over 300 farmers and allocating farms to them. We call it FMN agro estate. And what we do in that place is it's like an incubation center, and it's also is like a training ground for us to be able to measure, number one, the efficacy of the fertilizer we're using for those things within that particular area, the efficacy of the seed that we are giving, all right, and the yield curve that we are able to achieve based on those practices. Once we are armed with those information and armed with the success, the confidence to escalate it into bigger outgrow scale becomes a lot more, because we are now knowledgeable about what we are. No longer a book theory method. So right now, because of what we have achieved in the last 3 to 4 years on that, we have expanded it to close to almost about 50,000 farmers across those value chains. And we now know what fertilizer to give farms in Kaboji. We know what to do in Kano, what kind of fertilizer do we need to give in Kaduna, and what type of variety of maize do we need to, oh goodness, okay. What kind of variety of maize do we need to give? When we knew that to be able to achieve the best, especially in the maize value chain, is that without a good seed, like the AFA president said, we have a completely rubbish product coming out. And we know that from the experience from the GS and from the experience, majority of the seed that we are using in Nigeria within those periods are not good seeds. So what we did was to partner with Pioneer, and we brought in specific hybrid seeds that we know and we are sure that at least we will get nothing less than 5 metric tons per hectare on the average. We did that in Kaboji first, and we tried it over about 4,000 hectares, and the result was excellent. As a result of that, we're now propagating into other areas. And now the result we are getting is extremely very, very good. More and more cooperative farmers are coming in to say, look, we want this. And for each cooperative farmers that we do, we dedicate agronomists with all the resources and training manuals to these people. What we are doing in essence is that we are expanding the scope of knowledge. In Agric, word of mouth and dissemination of knowledge is what normally happens, because you cannot go to every single hamlet and villages. However, once you're able to do that, then you are able to make an achievement. The second thing we did, we are also doing demonstration farms in strategic locations where people could see what is happening with the seed and the agronomy that we are doing. During most of the planting season, if you go around from Niger State up to Kano State, along those axes, you will see small demonstration farms where maize are planted, and farmers come there to learn about what they need to do. And as they do that, then they go back to their hamlet and they practice the same thing. The question is that, like Mr. Devako said, we cannot just sit on the fence and all we are asking for is just interventions all the time. Yes, the interventions may come, but you find out that the majority of those interventions don't go to the right place. So for us in FMCG, we have taken the bull by the horn, and we know that after some time, majority of this work will continue. We have started the production of seed locally with our partner Pioneer. We have done excellently well last year by by producing the first series of seed, and we have put those into the market this year. And the result we are getting in is extremely very good. So for us to achieve those efficiencies, the right input, the right training for the farmers, and also increasing your own knowledge as the motivator of this is extremely very important. In addition to that, as we are doing this, you must also be able to let the farmers know that there is guarantee for offtake. It's very important. Whether in the cassava value chain, maize value chain, or soy value chain, the guarantee for offtake is there. Fortunately, we were part of the concessionaire for the silo complexes in Nigeria. We were able to win 3 of them, and I'm glad to mention that for this year, for the first time in the history of those silos, all the 3 that were concessioned to run were filled up completely. Each of them is a minimum of about 25,000 metric tons. Everything was filled up 100%. All right, and that is exactly the lead we are trying to give, to show that the private sector are able to manage these things effectively. And when the government makes a lot of investment in this, the right people are doing the right thing about them, then you will see that all this glut, there will be no glut, because we are able to store it, both strategically and also for our own use. So those 3 major areas where we in the FMN as part of the FM group are doing to ensure that we are adding value to the small scale, and also we are adding value to the agricultural space. More and more is still there, but if I have the opportunity again, I want to speak more on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Falade, for the insights you've shared with us. And if time permits, we hope to still come back to get more insights from you. And so now we are going to Sadiq Kasim, the General Manager of Corporate Affairs at CGI Group. And so the question is going to be similar to that of Engineer Falade, which is to hear from your side as well, in terms of support going to smallholder farmers through your outgrower programs. What insights can you share with us in terms of the lessons you've learned? How apologies for the brief interruption. Mr. Kasim at CGI Group, are you here with us, sir? Is Mr. Kasim with us? Okay, if Mr. Kasim is not with us, I'll go back to Mr. Adefeko at Olam. Olam, I'm aware, just like flour mills, TGI, and the other FMCGs, has also been doing a lot in terms of outgrower programs, and they are perhaps more known for the rice one, which they started when the emphasis in Nigeria shifted to increasing rice production. So I would like you to speak a bit on this. What has the experience been like for you at Olam in terms of getting the local supplies to help the country meet this sufficiency we are pursuing in rice production? What's the experience been at Olam? What lessons have you learned, and what do you think can be done better so that we are not just talking about increasing rice production in Nigeria without putting practical things in place to actually achieve that self-sufficiency? Over to you, sir, Mr. Adefeko.
Thank you very much, Caleb. With respect, first of all, let me just give a bit of background. it's important to note that only about 4%, of our total production by large-scale farmers. Only 4% of our total farmers, okay, are large-scale farmers. So what you get is that the bulk of them are small-scale farmers. And out of most of our farmers, okay, around about 60% of them are women, okay? So that again just shows you the mix, in the agribusiness sector. I don't like to call it agriculture. I like to call it agribusiness because agriculture is a business now, okay? And again, 10% of these are small-scale farmers. Only 10% of them have access to credit. So that's when the likes of behemoths like us, the Olams of this world, TGIs of this world, and of course, Flamers of this world come in to support, okay, with microcredits, with inputs. And again, because of the fact that for our rice, as we know, we're one of the largest players in the rice value chain. Our consumption in Nigeria, arguably, is round about 7 million tons, okay? Local production over the years, in the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, has been ramped up to round about maybe between 3.5 and 4 million tons. So we still have a gap of about 3 million tons. But from where we were and where we are now, I mean, we have grown, we've grown in, I won't call it geometric progression, but I would say we've grown arithmetically, which is good, okay? And for us, we have our grower programs. Of course, our rice farm is in Nasarawa, but we don't only have a rice farm, we have a rice mill. I'm one of those who speak to the fact that it's important not to put the cart before the horse. If you have a rice farm, a rice mill, you don't have a rice farm, what are you putting in the mill? So the proceeds of the farm goes into the mill. So, which is why I like the way some FMCG companies have come to join Olam in making sure that this rice self-sufficiency, as it were, is realized quickly, so that all the monies we spend on importing can be, used for other value chains like sesame, maize, soya, cashew, and the likes. And for us in Nasarawa, where we are, we have over 35,000 farmers we've been supporting, okay, with best agronomy practices to a large extent, microcredits, and of course, the Anchor Borrower program as well. We have been working with the Central Bank of Nigeria as the lead anchor in that area, okay, with support for farmers across not only Nasarawa, Jigawa, Niger, Kaduna, Taraba. And for us, it's been to a large extent a mixed bag, but we've recorded more successes, I would say, along those lines. Another thing I wanted to speak to, we spoke to the fact that post-harvest losses. I can share a bit of statistics with respect to post-harvest losses. For example, 5% to about 20% post-harvest losses we record with grains, another 20% for fish and aquaculture, and around about between 50 and 60% for tubers, fruits, and vegetables. So post-harvest losses is real. And the earlier, Engineer Falade spoke to the fact that we need to improve on agronomy practices. We need farmer education, which helps with yield, okay? And coming back specifically to rice, for us, for yields per hectare in Nigeria to a large extent is very low compared to other emerging economies. For example, in Nigeria, yield per hectare for rice is between 1.5 and 2. But for us, for our own rice varieties, we've been able to improve that to round about between 3 and 4, which is very, very good in my view. Okay, but again, if you're looking at rice yield per hectare for rice, which I told you in Nigeria is about 2%, in Brazil is about 6.3. Okay, about 3 in Ethiopia and about between 2.8 and 3 in South Africa, and maybe about 4.2 in Kenya. Okay, that's talking about yields, And for another example I can give you is with regards to tomato. And tomato, is one of the new crops that the CBN is trying to support or trying to encourage, so that we can, have coming close to near self-sufficiency in tomato production. Okay, so the yield per hectare is in Nigeria for tomato is around about 6.4, but in Brazil it's about 71.9, 6.2 in Ethiopia, about 75.5 in South Africa, and around about 21.2 in Kenya. So for us, on a constant basis, we're struggling with yield per hectare, and that is as a result of not having the right seeds or the right seed mix. So having the right hybrid is very important for us to gain efficiency and for us to be effective. So for us, like I told you, we operate from seed to shelf. We've been around for 30 years. We're in about 66 countries. We started here in Nigeria. Okay, this is our 31st year. So for us, sesame, cocoa, cashew, and of course, rice, very, very important. But for us, supporting those farmers that we offtake from is very critical, because we understand their cycle. We support them with microcredits. The intervention funds that come go to them because they're already arranged in cooperatives. So there's an organized way in which we deal with our farmers. And of course, in buying produce from them, we have local buying agents who procure on our behalf. And these are local buying agents we've had over a period of time. So it is always important to make sure that you have the farmer growing for you and you have taken from him. Because at the point in time which he doesn't have an assured off-taker, then there's a problem. You recall some time ago, I think it was during the regime of President Obasanjo, where everyone was told to go and plant cassava. So most of the farmers went and planted cassava, and after a while, there was a new government, and the emphasis shifted from cassava to another crop. And of course, all the farmers left cassava and moved elsewhere. So for me, those policy interventions and policy consistencies are very, very important. So government should be an enabler, while the private sector should be the driver. And that is where the likes of the FMCG companies in Nigeria come in, making sure that backward integration is key and very critical, because self-sufficiency or food security should not just be parroted, it should be worked on.
Thank you very much for those insights once again, Mr. Adefeko, Vice President, Government and Corporate Relations at Olam Nigeria. Is Mr. Sadiq Kasim at TGI Group with us now? Mr. Kazim, are you here, sir? Mr. Sadiq Kazim, are you with us, sir? Okay, it seems Mr. Sadiq Kasim is still not available online. So we go to Mr. Cyril Ugu, the Regional Coordinator for West Africa at IDH. So the question for you, Mr. Ugu, we've heard from the speakers on the need to how they are reaching out to farmers, the need for them to support farmers so that they can in turn get better output, which they would then supply to these FMCGs. On your end, Mr. Ugu, your organization provides support to these farmers. Apart from the fact that we lack adequate extension services to reach these farmers, can you speak a bit to what you think we can do to bridge the gap between farmers and industry? From your own experience on the field, what are the missing gaps? What's missing in getting farmers to connect better with industry so that there's a synergy in what industry needs and what the farmer is working to produce on his own farm? Mr. Ugu, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. Yes, I think, again, listening to my other colleagues, these problems are really well laid out and understood, but the problem is how to resolve them. And from the question you're asking, for us at IDH, like I said, we believe there must be a relationship, is to create, for you to really solve this problem, is for the companies to have a formal engagement with the farmers. It is not just buying from them or buying through agents and all that. But there must be a formal engagement where both parties will sit down and discuss their own various interests and objectives. And then the farmers to understand the support they expect from the companies, and then for the companies to understand the challenges of the farmers, where they can lend the support, where they can understand the value chain more properly, and not just because price is one thing about in this business, but in a business relationship, it goes beyond price. It goes beyond you have to understand the value chain, understand the challenges, and when there's a problem, you should understand it. So for us, for it to work, there must be a formal engagement between the two parties. They should have a formalized relationship. And then, like you said, what the farmers need is to be able to increase their yield, have the necessary support, the necessary knowledge to produce, and then they have a market assurance. If these things are met, then you start having a relationship that can be sustainable. Like the last speaker, what he said about what happened to cassava. I tell you, if a processor had a binding relationship that is a win-win between a processor and the farmer groups, and then there's a sudden change in policy, it will not affect them because both parties are already benefiting. It's cemented. The farmers will continue to produce cassava for this processor because the processor makes money relating with the farmers. So they won't change their crop. They won't move to any other thing. They continue producing. So, and that is what we are doing. And then for us in IDH, we have tried to perfect this. We reach out to the big companies, have to try to facilitate this engagement with them, with the farmer at a top level. We have a program we call Grow Sustainably in Africa, where we have the fast moving companies selecting the main crops which they need to source locally, have an arrangement and have to help them to meet their requirements in this. And then beyond this, of course, we keep on talking about finance. For us at IDH, we have identified lack of finance or absence of affordable finance as one of the bottlenecks that is militating agri-development. We heard earlier there's a lot of money in central bank, but this money is channeled to the commercial banks and they don't want to bear the risk, which is understandable. Agriculture is a high risk. Even with NISA, they still have these challenges. So having identified that IDH in Nigeria is intervening in that sector, working with the banks to help to de-risk further their own de-risk so that they can lend to these people we are working with, in our own value chains, which is quite many. We work in food and ingredients, cash crop, food crops, aquaculture, cocoa, cassava, of course, industrial cassava is our main program here, then palm oil and all that. So these are the two areas, having the engagement with them, building that body of knowledge, and then getting them. We have another tool which we use for some analytics, which we call SDM's service delivery model analysis, which prepares and situates the relationship between the farmer and the processor or the FMC, whoever is working with, to have a business case for both parties. So these are the areas we work on. And then so if an FMC, if a company is engaging the farmers ab initio, he will understand the business case for himself or for itself and the business case for the farmer before they even enter into a relationship, and then have a binding understanding, maybe agreement or MOU or what have you, not just paper, but making sure that the farmers buy and understand what is in it. And then once they have those assurances, we believe that that may be the starting point for sustainable agri-development in the country. Caleb.
Thank you once again, Mr. Ogu. I would like to ask again if Mr. Sadiq Kazim is back with us, so we can have him answer the final round of questions before we move on. Mr. Sadiq Kazim, are you here with us, sir? Okay, so it appears Mr. Kazim still is on a... For us to be able to conclude the program on time, we have to end this panel now because of time. We'd like to appreciate our panelists who have taken now the time to share insights with us. Engineer Olusegun Falade at the Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC, Ade Feko, the Vice President, Government and Corporate Relations at Olam Nigeria, Cyril Ugu, the Regional Coordinator for West Africa at IDH, and Sadiq Kasim, the General Manager for Corporate Affairs at TGI Group. We thank you all for the time you've spent with us and the insights you've shared with us. And we hope to still reach out to you for more insights, for more comments as we work on achieving more efficiency in the FMCGs as they strive for backward integration in Nigeria. Thank you all very much. And before the next panel comes up and Lily takes over, we are going to play a short video. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
In late 2017, the idea of Farm Sponsor was birthed by our visionary leader, Bill Kenneth. He shared his vision with his friend, Chike Abba, and together they co-founded Globetrot Farm Sponsor Nigeria Limited in 2018. The company kicked off operation in May 2018 with just 250 birds. Fast forward to 2020, the company has grown to have sponsored more than 300 farmers, raised over 2 million birds, and currently building capacity to raise 5 million birds in the next 1 year. The need for an industrial expansion to increase our capacity to contribute tangibly to the agriculture industry became apparent. And in early 2020, Farm Sponsor introduced an equity investment package called Private Sponsorship Offer, where individuals get to invest in the expansion project of Farm Sponsor for a period of 5 years and get returns of over 250% spread across the term period, with option to either take back their capital or convert it into equity in the company. With the funds that have been raised, major projects which would position Farm Sponsor for an undeniable impact in Africa's agro space have commenced. Some of these projects include a poultry processing plant with the capacity to roll out over 24,000 birds per day, a 300,000 capacity bird hatchery, a commercial farm that will house up to 300,000 broilers, and a breeder's pen with the capacity to house up to 60,000 parent stock birds is currently ongoing. These were only made possible by the investment received so far from Private Sponsorship Offer. Why not be part of this revolution and be glad you did in few years to come? To know more about private sponsorship, visit our website www.farmsponsor.com.ng/private sponsorship. In late 2017, the idea of Farm Sponsor was birthed by our visionary leader, Bill Kenneth.
I would like to call upon the Kingdom of the Netherlands that will be represented by Mr. Bram Wits and Mr. Walter. They will give a short presentation and I will then come back and introduce the moderator for the third panel. So Mr. Bram Wits and Mr. Walter, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I believe we're live now. My name is Bram Wits. I'm the Agricultural Councillor for the Netherlands for West Africa. And in that sense, I represent the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality in the Netherlands. And I'm really, really happy to join this discussion today. I've been listening now for over an hour and I'm really impressed by the analysis and insights that I've gained today. I am responsible for all agribusiness from the Netherlands into West Africa, and in this case, obviously, Nigeria. And And as the Netherlands, we always think of why and how we can participate in events like this. For the last couple of months, I think all of us have grown accustomed to joining digital events. And I want to applaud you for setting up this inspiring and interactive event. That's not always the case, but I think we're really learning a lot today. For us, it's also very important to join in these kinds of conversations because the Netherlands can be considered to be a real world player in the field of agriculture. Of course, that's my job to say that, but we've got some data to back this up as well. The Netherlands, just to say a few things, is the second biggest exporter of agricultural goods in the world. Only after the United States, and that for a country that fits into Nigeria more than 22 times. And especially in the field of horticulture, we are a very prominent player, I think, with the #1 seed producer, and in many other aspects, we are quite prominent. But that role in the world also comes with a great responsibility. We want to share our knowledge because we really are committed to the Sustainable Development Goals and really want to contribute to eradicate hunger over the next 10 years. That will be a lot of work for all of us, but we really feel that we have something to contribute. That is mainly also in the form of our companies. We have state-of-the-art, intelligent companies that have to offer a lot of good products, but maybe even more important, very interesting ways of working and insights on how to integrate these value chains, something that has been discussed in the previous panel as well. How do you work together? How do you build trust, and how do you work in such a way that you actually grow the pie together instead of fighting for the biggest piece? I think that's a very important aspect of how we work as the Netherlands. We always pride ourselves of our Dutch diamond, as we say. So that's the way that the government, private sector, knowledge institutes, and NGOs work together to actually build an agenda for the future and work together to tackle current problems. And that's why it's so important, I think, to be here today in this current time of very, very big challenges that we all face. But it's also clear, I think, that this COVID crisis has not only presented us with new challenges, but it's really laid bare some of the structural challenges that we all face and have been talked about already in the panels. And what we want to do today is represent the way of thinking of the Netherlands, but we also want to really showcase that later on with my dear friends and colleagues, Walter de Boef, who works for the Wageningen University, and with one of our important partners in Nigeria, Sahel Consultancy. But before I want to give them the floor, I think it is very important for us to, as the Netherlands, to always be very clear on where our added value is. Because yes, we are big in agriculture in the world, but we have to be humble when we want to really work in and with Nigeria. So what we always do is we really think where we can make a difference. I think it's obvious that when you talk about the Netherlands, that dairy and Friesland Campina are a very prominent player. And of course, in Nigeria, we work close together with them to build a stronger and more sustainable value chain, dairy value chain in Nigeria. There's quite a lot of prominent seed companies. We'll talk about that in a bit. Obviously in fisheries, the Netherlands is a big player as well. But what we really always try to do is contribute to a way of building the food system in that we think it is necessary to have more integration. something that has been discussed a lot today, but also to really think how we can make it future-proof. And future-proof is it only when the farmers make money, when everybody along the value chain makes a little bit of money, but also when we respect our natural boundaries. In that sense, in the Netherlands, we've been working on the concept of circular agriculture, which is not necessarily a new theme, because agriculture in the beginning is by itself mainly circular, but really to think about on what every step of the way, from farm to fork, to see how you can add value, but also how you can give back into the system in a way that we respect nature's boundaries and be able to produce food in a world where 10 billion people will live and where climate change is going to have a much bigger effect on our food production every day. So that's the way that the Netherlands works. And we really saw that in Nigeria, we see an opportunity for us to contribute to the seed sector. Seeds have been mentioned a lot over the last hour, and before that, obviously, as well. And we are really a big player in that. We believe that we have a very well-functioning seed system in the Netherlands. And again, we feel that as a responsibility to also share that with the world. And therefore, we have decided to enter the sector in Nigeria for the coming years. And we really see Nigeria as an opportunity. I always like the phrase that if Nigeria is not going to work, Africa is not going to work, and if Africa is not going to work, the world is going to fail in all its ambitions over the next decades. So we see Nigeria as a challenge that has to be met globally, but we see Nigeria even more as an opportunity that cannot be denied. And therefore, we work together again in the Dutch Diamond with knowledge institutes, Dutch companies, Dutch government, and NGOs, and we really want to work with all of these stakeholders in Nigeria as well. And that is why we are very happy to soon start with a new big program in Nigeria on the seed sector, which will strengthen our already present companies and knowledge institutes like the Wageningen University that are already present in Nigeria. So obviously through also initiatives like IDH, which is Dutch as well. So it was great to see Cyril in the previous panel. We really want to step up our activities and our presence in the Nigerian food system. And therefore, we are so happy to be able to join this discussion today and to become an even more active partner to all of the stakeholders around this table. That was a bit of an introduction on the way how we think and how we work. And I would really like to invite my dear friend Walter de Boef to go look more into depth in the seed sector of the Netherlands, but also what we hope to bring and contribute to Nigeria. And of course, it's a two-way stream, so we also look forward to learn a lot from everybody around this table. Thank you very much, and hopefully Walter can take the floor now.
I'm there, Bram. So I hope you can all hear me. Thank you very much for the introduction. I want to really follow up on what Bram has said and zoom in a little bit more on seed sector. My name is Walter Boef. I work as an advisor within Wageningen University and Research. And over the past years, in collaboration with, like you said, with Sahel Consulting, the National Agricultural Seed Council, and other parties, I've been started to become involved in the development of the sector, supporting development of the sector in Nigeria. What I want to do is to show a little bit, use PowerPoint in putting some flesh on the bones that are already mentioned by Bram. To explain, I'm not allowed to share yet, so the facilitator, I hope they can allow me to use share screen. If otherwise, I will just do it orally. I don't know, people from Business Day Nigeria, can you allow me to share screen? Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, fantastic. So what I want to do here is to really show a little bit what we want to serve as inspiration to Nigeria, like what Bram said, and also from a seed sector perspective, agriculture perspective, we see really a Nigeria in the agriculture as a potential giant for itself by the availability of land, its demography, the growing population, economic growth, creating lots of demands for a more specialized agricultural sector, and also to basically, most crucial, to feed its people. So seek some inspiration from the Dutch story. So like what Bram said, the Netherlands seed sector is very significant. Annual seed export is about 2.4 billion, which is only 3% of these #2 globally annual agricultural export. But if you compare it in the table to other sectors like flowers, dairy itself, meat, is a very significant big sector. But if you look at the total scale at the world of seed, 40% of international trade in horticultural seeds originated in the Netherlands. Nigeria is moving into plant variety protection, but if you look in Europe, 60% of all applications for plant breeders' rights for vegetables, they come from the Netherlands. So it shows that the seed industry is not only about sales, it's particularly about R&D, investing in good new varieties for markets all over the world, get plant breeders' right for that, and then basically develop those and get those to markets. We talk here about 300 in the seed sector of specialized companies. They employ about 11,000 persons. And the Dutch is a small country. You can be sure that the majority of the seed that go through the hands are produced globally, but they reach also, the seed companies have about 100 branches all over the world where they sell seed, but also produce seed. So Netherlands is really functioning in R&D, but the whole seed, horticultural seeds as a hub where everything passes. Why is that? How did that happen? And I think the time that Nigeria and hope also putting agriculture more on its frontier. Why did it happen that the Netherlands got, as a small country, got into this leadership position? And this goes back quite some time. It's over more than 100 years that gradually this seed industry has developed. What is very clear for the seed sector to be so global leader is that the government is not directly involved in the sector. But what a government does, it creates an enabling environment for the private sector to flourish. As much as possible, leave things to the industry, but the government sets the rules, and then even the implementation of the rules is often done by the industry. That environment has to be stable, because to develop from R&D, all the investments in biotech and research, plant breeders, plant breeding, until you have the seed, that these are long-term investments. So this enabling environment has to be stable, which allow companies or public-private partnerships to have a 5-10-year horizon, and also for financial institutions, banks, to invest in such areas, to have a long-term horizon. If you just think about the number of the Dutch companies exploring investments in your country and other African countries, they have an horizon of moving into a market. They foresee a profit only in 10, 15 years or even longer. So this long-term horizon, they need a stable, and Nigerian seed industry needs a stable environment for them to move from quick gains to ones that is really more stable, that they really have a long-term perspective to make the investments today and harvest in 5 or longer years ahead. The Netherlands government in the economic affairs and agriculture really considers the seed sector as a top sector. That means that in some of the decisions, they really allocate resources and attention, and the fact that Bram talks about it in this way in his position for Agricultural Councillor for West Africa is also a result that the seed sector is considered by the government a top sector. So that's also something really that if Nigeria has this ambition to move this forward, to really concentrate that and really draw at the policy level attention across ministries to this sector. Public direct investments in the sector are limited. Private sector drives in the Netherlands the innovation. But private sector really can pool sometimes the resources from government to move forward. The Netherlands seed industry is very well organized. They have a seed trade association called Plantum, and this Plantum is very influential. Not only in our own government, they know knock the doors of the right decision makers, but even if new regulations on patents or other things which are highly complex and the industry themselves cannot address, Plantum knows its way, for example, in Brussels, how to influence and how to contribute to drafting new regulations that are vital to the industry. So an association is not only for representing, it's also a partner for government, how to make this enabling environment truly enabling. What also happened in the Netherlands with a small country, a very particular, of course, also a very traders country. And this goes back to the 1920s and 30s. Very clear choices were made for agricultural development. Where is a major, and these are industries where you know dairy, meat, flowers, vegetables, horticulture. These are really areas where we are very strong. And these are also areas where the seed industry focused. You won't see much of the seed industry in field crops from the Netherlands, but the commodities which are here are really. So also in knowledge organizations, in society, in industry, in the diamond that I illustrate here, there's a lot of knowledge and expertise for those commodities. So we really took opportunities. And I think it's also an advice for Nigeria and the industry to see where do you see in your own country, but also in the region and perhaps globally, the unique opportunities for a seed industry and agricultural sector to flourish. And of course, in this triangle, the knowledge organization in the Netherlands, where I'm working, the Wageningen University and Research, is really also a major life science center where the industry is very much linked. We work with them, and we work with civil society on aspects, but also from Wageningen, we work with governments and stakeholders in various countries in Asia and Africa, how to strengthen their sector for benefit of private sector, but also to really cater how can we foster those countries from the sector to improve their food and nutrition security. As a result of the decision of the Dutch government to team up with Nigeria, we have been engaged with NASC, with Sahel, East West Seed Company, and also in partnership with the embassy to really support the country to develop a national seed roadmap. So this has been a national partnership between the Netherlands and Nigeria. But what was very clear from the start on, and that was also very much endorsed by our bases, the industry and knowledge organization in the Netherlands, let's first sort out together with NASC and key stakeholders, over 50 government, private sector, knowledge organizations, farm organizations, in the country, what is the vision and what needs to be done to enhance the performance of the sector in the country. That was a process. We did that out of the process, from the Netherlands side, say first Nigeria needs to know where it goes, and where do we then have the appropriate expertise to support that, like what Bram mentioned also. So in that process, which was concluded earlier this year, we identified 22 pathways. These are listed on the table below. What are key topics to address to enhance the performance of the sector, making sure that farmers in Nigeria get quality seed of improved rights, and also the industry can develop. This seed roadmap was endorsed by NASC and other parties, under the leadership of Dr. Ojo. And then really we are now exploring from the Netherlands part which areas, and we have identified 8 of those topics where we really, for example, plant variety protection. We are really masters in working with plant breeders' rights. So if Nigeria has a expertise, has a desire to implement that, we are there to support Nigeria implementing to the best of your, and of course that will also support our interest with the companies. We think that so we identified certain topics where we really have a comparative advantage for move forward, and other donors like Gates Foundation, AGRA, they are working in other topics where they really have a strong piece to move forward. So this sets the scene also to say, okay, what is the sector? Where does it want to move? What do we need to do to move it forward? That brings us back to the comparison between the small Netherlands and the big Nigeria. And looking also at Nigeria as this giant and high potential in agriculture, so with lots of land, strong entrepreneurship in its people, a vibrant, huge demand domestically, but also a huge demand in the region. So what do we need to, what can you learn from situation development in the Netherlands to move forward? So that's also where we really hope to partner in our collaboration in the coming years to really foster the development of a stable and truly enabling environment. And that is long-term, create stability in the sector that allows for private sector to come, or private sector in Nigeria to take from a short-term, a mid-term, long-term perspective, and even talk with the financial sector, where are opportunities for long-term? If this situation is not going to be stable, investments in the industry or private sector to invest in that is not going to happen. What is also very critical, as given in the third part, that private sector, where possible, should drive that. But we also know from our experience in other countries that not for all commodities, critical food security, private sector is going to be in the lead. So if you talk about maize, that's clear. But if you talk about legumes and some others, we will depend very much also on public sector investments in the future. In vegetables, you really see opportunities that it's primarily in the private sector. So it's also about a balance, which crops in the country, there's opportunity for a strong private sector gain, move forward, and for others where we really still will continue, as in other more mature seed markets like in France or United States or Australia, the public sector does continue to play a big role in some crops and others not. So really work the same way that we do with Planten in the Netherlands, really to enhance governance, coordination and collaboration through platforms, and foster the collaboration in the diamond that we adapted more to Nigeria here, and only really see what are really over the coming years, where do you see really unique opportunities in the Nigerian and the regional markets, opportunities for seed industry to develop. So I want to close my presentation with this, and I really look forward on the continued collaboration, and I hope this is inspiring for you to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bram and Mr. Walter, for giving us an insightful presentation and also giving us insights on the importance of FDIs and what the government of Netherlands is doing to participate in adding to the value chain when it comes to agriculture in the country and in the region. So thank you for that. I would like to call upon Mr. Ayola Oluga, who is the CEO of AgriCourse Integrated Services Limited. He is a seasoned finance and investment professional with over 12 years of experience. Previously, he worked in various capacities with organizations like Pilo Securities Limited, which is a member of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, as well as Zenith Bank, PLC, amongst others. Ayola also has a master's degree in financial analysis and fund management from the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom, as well as he's also a first-class graduate of economics from the Babok University of Nigeria. So Mr. Ayola Oluga, over to you to moderate the third and final panel session for today. Thank you.
Afternoon, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know if it's there.
So there's a bit of an echo, I must say.
Let me try my earpiece then, it's better.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you now, sir.
them. Is that okay?
Sure, no problem. Just for the audience and for the panelists on the third panel, please just give us about 2 minutes, hopefully, so that he can switch his devices. Thank you.
In late 2017, the idea of Fund Sponsor was birthed by our visionary leader, Bill Kenneth. He shared his vision with his friend, Chike Abba, and together they co-founded Globetrot Fund Sponsor Nigeria Limited in 2018. The company kicked off operation in May 2018 with just 250 birds. Fast forward to 2020, the company has grown to have sponsored more than 300 farmers, raised over 2 million birds, and currently building capacity to raise 5 million birds in the next 1 year. The need for an industrial expansion to increase our capacity to contribute tangibly to the agriculture industry became apparent. And in early 2020, Fund Sponsor introduced an equity investment package called Private Sponsorship Offer, where individuals get to invest in the expansion project of Fund Sponsor for a period of 5 years and get returns of over 250% spread across the term period, with option to either take back their capital or convert it into equity in the company. With the funds that have been raised, major projects which would position Fund Sponsor for an undeniable impact in Africa's agro space have commenced. Some of these projects include a poultry processing plant with the capacity to roll out over 24,000 birds per day, a 300,000 capacity bird hatchery, a commercial farm that will house up to 300,000 broilers, and a breeder's pen with the capacity to house up to 60,000 parent stock birds is currently ongoing. These were only made possible by the investment received so far from Private Sponsorship Offer. Why not be part of this revolution and be glad you did in few years to come? To know more about private sponsorship, visit our website www.fundsponsor.com.ng/private sponsorship. In late 2017, the idea of Fund Sponsor was birthed by our visionary leader, Bill Kenneth.
Oluga, are you ready for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ayola Oluga. I'm the CEO of Agriculture and Agribusiness here in Nigeria. We focus on helping smallholder farmers, aiding smallholder farmers from your subsistence agri to commercial agri. But we are not here for me today. We're here for our panelists. We have two panelists in this section today, and this section is titled Call to Question: The Reputational Future of Farm Crowdfunding Platform and Agri-Tech Startups in Nigeria. And today with us to discuss this topic are two panelists, two renowned speakers in the agri sector and the financial regulatory space. So first on our panel is Mr. Onyeka Akuma. Mr. Onyeka is the CEO of Farm Crowdy Nigeria Limited. And secondly, we have Mr. Emotimi Agama, who is the director with the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, the regulatory body of Nigeria Stock Exchange and so many other bodies. So Mr. Onyeka Akuma, Mr. Emotimi Agama, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
So, before I go further, I'd like to tell all our listeners and our attendees to contribute to this section. If you have any questions during or after this session, please go on slido.com. That's slido.com. All right. And just on the homepage, you see a place where you are allowed to put in a code. You see the hashtag written there. So all you have to put in there is BD Agric in caps. BD Agric. Just put it in there and click in it where you can ask questions and contribute to this session. Thank you very much. So back to my panelists. Thank you for being with us today, and thank you to Business Day for having me. I appreciate the privilege. So my first question for today goes to Mr. Onyeka. Mr. Onyeka Akuma. Mr. Onyeka, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Very well, thank you. So we're talking about crowdfunding, but I'll be using the term crowdfunding a lot because we are not just talking of crowdfunding, we're talking of farming or agribusiness, in this particular summit today. So talking about crowdfunding, we know you've been in this business for, I believe, 4 years, thereabout, and I know that you pride yourself with being the first digital agriculture platform in Nigeria. So there's a lot that has happened in the last 4 years. Especially recently, in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of new companies coming to the sector, right? And I would like to ask you, at this point, we're looking at regulation. Something was released by the SEC a few months back concerning regulation of crowdfunding. So first thing I'd like to ask you is regulation of this sector, is it a good thing? And how much regulation do you think is too much? Let me start with that.
Okay, so thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here. I thank the Business Day team for also thinking about having this conversation as one of the topics to go through the program. It's been an exciting one so far. Speaking about the question you asked, I think I would focus more first on the fact that when I started out, when I had the idea for Farm Crowdy, I think in the first, that was July of 2016, I knew that it was going to focus around the crowdfunding model. And I wanted to find regulation around the crowdfunding model that was going to help us thrive as a business. Now, in doing my research, I noticed that there weren't many businesses that had such. I mean, there wasn't any form of regulation, and there wasn't any person that was even in that space that I could say I could ask questions and find out whether this was something that they'd had to deal with in the past. So I noticed that we found ourselves in a position where we're innovators in the space, and we were in a blue ocean that we had to create the path for ourselves because we didn't have anyone to guide us. Now, what I did have as against regulation was I had a board of directors that were helping me to guide me on decisions we were making. And part of the people on my board, one of them was involved in 1993, 94, 95, when the banks, he was heavily involved in when the banks were setting out to deal with FX issues and how they were going to go about such. And I remember one of the advice he gave me then was, see, Onyeka, move with your innovation and make sure that you keep your credibility intact, make sure your integrity regulates you, make sure what you do is what you say. Eventually, regulation will come and you will be one of those first people that will have such conversations with the regulators to standardize the industry. Now, from that time until I think it was February last year when the Security Exchange Commission had the first meeting with us with Farm Crowdy. We were in that place where we were channeling a new course, and typical, many other people wanted to copy what we're doing. They saw some stock sets, they saw the impact on the farmer's life. And so we had a lot of people that wanted to copy what we're doing. Now, I had no problems personally with anyone copying our model, as long as the person was doing the work, as long as the farmers were getting the impact, as long as you had the real business in place and the monies for which you were getting, you were doing it with, you were just getting that money to the farms, the farmers were getting the work done, and the whole model was tight. But I started noticing that beyond maybe, so I had my eyes on maybe 1, 2, 3 other platforms that were doing something similar to what Farm Crowdy was doing. They were taking a cue from Farm Crowdy as we're thriving as a business. They were also pushing their own models and then taking a cue from Farm Crowdy. So I respected that, and where I was asked personally what to do in their business, I gave my advice. But I noticed that there were also maybe one or two other businesses that when I have a conversation maybe with the CEO, I'd ask him as simple as how long is a cassava cycle? I'm here in 3 months. I'm like, are you kidding? It felt like you had people that didn't understand exactly how agriculture really worked. Yet they were calling themselves people involved in using technology at Greek space and then using the crowdfunding model for such. So at that point in time, we started clamoring and saying, maybe it's time for regulation to come into place to protect those that genuinely want to work for the farmers, genuinely want to have an impact on the farmer's life, and protect those businesses from reputational clashes that may come from other individuals that may have ulterior motive as to why they are setting out to build their business model. So we started asking that maybe it's about time this happens. And so when the conversation started happening with SEC, and we started out, I think it was February last year, and then all the conversations started going on and going on. We started seeing all the different ideas on how they were about. I noticed that they were getting into conversations with the Security Exchange Commissions outside of Nigeria. They were having conversations with the crowdfunding associations that existed outside of the country in order to learn how to create a model that will fit into something that will allow, it won't crush innovation, but allow us to thrive as a business. I think when I started seeing that, it was really encouraging for us. At the same time, for us, we then started getting ourselves in order. Our corporate governance was taking shape. Our reporting was taking shape. And so all the things we're doing internally, we started making sure we were ready for when this will come. So having said all of this, now attacking that question specifically, regulation is important for a sector like the crowdfunding space. I would say that clearly any day, that regulation is actually important so that it protects investors from businesses that are not necessarily doing the right thing. And then also protect the businesses that are doing the right thing from being classified in one group that we don't want to associate ourselves with. And so regulation is important. Too much regulation, it depends on how you call it, where it gets to the point that it's stiffening the process involved in getting a crowdfunding model effectively executed. Is something that will have to be consistently discussed on and such regulation improved on. And so barrier to entry, I mean, from a business like ours to a new entrant, I think it should have a standard that makes it such that if you find any business trying to get into the crowdfunding space, for the reputation tied to people's monies coming to that space, that barrier to entry should be one that shows the seriousness of the businesses that are coming into that space. Having said that, I know that one of the things, I mean, in the course of this chat, we will discuss more, but one of the things that I personally have done with my team is we also noticed that in handling that whole regulation around crowdfunding, we found ourselves in FarmCrowdy as maybe one of the biggest crowdfunding platforms in the continent, starting with Nigeria. But we were focused exclusively on agriculture. So one of the things we did was we separated slightly our model from just crowdfunding for agriculture and created a new platform and a new business altogether that now deals with that whole crowdfunding side of the business, which is Crowdiverse. So, but I mean, in the course of the conversation, I hope I've answered that question as to why I think it's important, and then about it being too much. I think it's all relative.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll get the response. I'll come back to you shortly. Mr. Agama, sir, I'd like to ask you a question. What exactly is the plan of the SEC? What exactly are you trying to regulate? I'd like to know. Could you speak more on that, please? What exactly are you trying to regulate as a body?
Okay, thank you very much for having me Business Day. It's great to be here, and I've listened all through the program. What are we trying to regulate? The first thing you must find out is what's the business of the SEC. The business of the SEC is the regulation of securities and platforms, as it were. But it's two-pronged. We are into regulation and market development. So in that space, the major emphasis is the investor. So how protected is the investor? What is happening with the investor? How knowledgeable are the investors? What are they going into? Who is telling them, giving them direction as to what they are going into? Who is also educating them about the risk of business? How do they raise capital? Do they raise capital deceptively? Do they tell the investors that these are the risks involved in this business? Do they also make sure that there are risk management tools to protect these investors themselves? Or people deceptively go out to tell people what will not be in order to encourage them into investing? All of these are important. So we regulate the product, we regulate the investor, we regulate the product, we regulate the sponsored individuals, and we regulate the market infrastructure. These are the things we regulate. As SEC is important. And who do we protect? We protect the investor, we protect the organization, we protect the directors of those organizations, and we protect the economy of our country. Because of course, as you are aware, capital market is the main hub or the mainstay of any developing economy. And Nigeria is not an exception.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agama. Still with you, Mr. Agama. There was a chat we had recently as in the entire agribusiness on crowdfunding with the SEC a few weeks back, or a couple of months back, and basically the SEC was trying to get a feeler from the crowdfunding platform. So there was something that came up towards the end of that conversation about an association of crowdfunding platforms, something like that. I heard there's been a time that some initial bodies, maybe perhaps some was part of them, initial stage wanted to form a body or maybe something didn't go right. I'm not sure. But I know right now some are trying to form an association. Do you think that's with you, Mr. Agama? Do you think an association will help in any way? Maybe the association of crowdfunding platforms, they coming together and relating to the SEC as one body. Do you think that will make any difference at all? Will it improve customer, protection or education in any way?
All right. So thanks again for that. One of the tools of regulation is what we call the SRO models. That is self-regulatory organization models. And self-regulatory organization means that it's an association of a group of persons with common mind or common intent coming together to say, this is the kind of business we do, we operate within the same space, and so let's watch our back. Let's watch each other's back. Let's see what we are doing. Let's create standards. Let's create rules. And let us also introduce disciplinary measures for those people that will err in building those organizations. So the SRO model is as old as regulation itself. Sometimes, in a free society like ours, and in the form of regulation that we adopt in Nigeria, which is basically merit-based, it's important that people are able to guide themselves, to regulate themselves, to caution themselves, so that the burden to the regulator will not be so much. The rules and regulations of the SEC and the Investment and Securities Act 2007 provides regulations or rules or requirements for the establishment of SROs and trade associations. So that being the case, it's clear that the SEC will not frown at the existence of an SRO. But mind you, for an SRO to exist, it must have members. And those members must be registered by the SEC. Because without being registered by the SEC as members, you cannot now form an SRO that will be regulated or under the supervision of the SEC itself. So clearly, once the association, the individuals or the organizations are ready to be registered, of course, I know a lot of them are ready. So better put, once the regulation for crowdfunding comes into being, because it's already in existence, we are reviewing it, and I'm sure very shortly you will see the second part of that regulation, because the initial rules that we published, the draft rules that we published, was widely, reviewed, and we had a lot of input from the market to show the interest of the market And as such, one of the things we do in our rulemaking process at the SEC is to review those submissions made by the market to see which one of them is important, which one of them is useful, which one of them makes sense, and if there are things that we have missed along the line of making those regulations, we include them, and then we publish again to the world to say, look, yes, we have received your comment, we think this is okay, and we think this is not too okay, and we think that maybe you should, tweak this a little bit. And once that happens, and there is a second review, then it comes back to the SEC through the various rulemaking process before it gets finalized for approval.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it. Mr. Akuma, I'm going to come back to you on the particular question I have, but let me ask you this one first. What do you think right now? Since you started, you are the first in the industry, as far as I know. Excuse me. Since you started, I know you for Farm Crowdy. How much do you think has been raised to help smallholder farmers since you started, and how much do you think has been raised as a whole in the crowdfunding industry, crowd farming? I mean, how much do you think has been raised so far? Do you have an idea?
Okay, I think I can only speak for Farm Crowdy. To other platforms that exist, I'm not very sure of the total amount. I know that there are over right now. I think there are about 28 different platforms that are using the crowdfunding model in the agriculture space in Nigeria, and so I can't keep tabs on every one of them and how much they raise, especially when they've not disclosed that. But for us in Farm Crowdy, at the time when Farm Crowdy was crowdfunding for farming, which stopped in July 2019, and that moved on to Crowdivest. And so Crowdivest is now responsible for crowdfunding in agriculture or crowdfunding in real estate or crowdfunding in transportation. But at the time when Farm Crowdy was still crowdfunding for agriculture, we had crowdfunded roughly around $15 million through our platform. Roughly around, you put it around, at the time, based on the value, it came to roughly around 3-4 billion naira that we had crowdfunded through the platform to get these monies across to over 25,000 farmers directly that were cultivating over 17,000 acres of farmland and over 3 million chickens and 2,000 cows with that money. So we did 2,000 cows, we did 3 million birds, we did over 17,000 acres of farmland. So that was at the time Farm Crowdy was still crowdfunding, but that stopped in July 2019. And that element of crowdfunding then moved on to Crowdivest, which is now its own business. It's now the one dealing with maybe SEC, and it's now the one that we're part of an association. And just speaking about an association, I think I remember having this chat with you earlier that the association, I would prefer an association of crowdfunding platforms as against just an association of agri-tech crowdfunding platforms. So you have other players that can bring their own elements. And I think that's where Crowdivest fits. So that's our own figures. Now, if you look at the future and look at the potential of what this can do in the future, the retail market can contribute maybe 5 to 8% of the total amount needed in the agriculture space. You still need heavy investments coming from state government, national governments, DFIs, financial institutions, and even if they come with lower interest, you find that you have patient capital that can last you 3 to 5 years, and you're able to now do longer crops, long-term crops, as against just the short ones that a lot of the crowdfunding platforms, including when Farm Crowdy was doing this, was focused on. So that in itself is where we're now looking at Farm Crowdy to unlock monies, not using the crowdfunding model again, but using monies from DFI, structured finance, to connect farmers with larger amounts at lower interest. It's lower interest you can't crowdfund for, because with crowdfunding, one of the exciting things is about the high returns, but with lower interest, maybe 2, 3, 4%, that makes tremendous value over a longer period.
Mr. Akuma, stay with you. I'd like to know, what do you think if something happens, for instance, maybe regulation or whatever it is, and then crowdfunding or crowd farming for agriculture now doesn't go beyond where we want it to get to, right? You know, we all want to raise $50 million. I'm sure you're looking to raise maybe $100 million someday. But
sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I can't think of anything right now. And then, so you can't hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So, okay, I can hear you better now.
Oh, sorry about that. So I said, I know you're looking to raise more money in the future, right? But let's assume something happens and then we are not able to crowdfund, maybe due to regulation by the SEC or before the SEC comes up with something that will work for everybody. What do you think the impact will be on smallholder farmers if we in the crowdfunding sector are not able to help them like we've been doing in the last couple of years? What do you think would the impact will be on the smallholder farmers?
Okay, so first, I don't think the SEC is bringing regulation to make sure that crowdfunding doesn't happen again. I think rather they are positioning to protect both the investors, the businesses, such that we now know who is credible, who has the backing of the SEC, who is able to do business the right way. So I want to take it from a place. I do not, I mean, I saw the first draft and the first draft of the regulation, and I know that a lot of feedback have come from several players to them. I don't think they would take that back and say they want to now create a second draft that will now put a hold to crowdfunding as a whole for agriculture. I don't think that is their intention. I think what they're doing is to protect the players, whether it's the farmers, the sponsors, the investors, the platform owners. I think it's from a place of protection. So as we've seen generally across the world, it may come in and be very high. The standard of maybe the requirement for entry becomes really high. The barrier becomes high, and then as they see I would expect that as they see how the market responds to it, as they get feedback, it starts knowing how to adjust that to get even more players in. But I wouldn't expect regulation to come and kill innovation. I don't think that's going to be the case. Having said that, we're entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneur. I owe you an entrepreneur. And for us to thrive as a business, we can't consistently be playing like pirates. We have to find a place where we build solid businesses that have solid processes. If one of it is that we have to go through proper regulation to stand out and build solid business, I want a business that tomorrow, if I'm not running, I have very strong corporate governance and a solid team, and I'm not scared of them making the wrong decisions based on emotions or the individuals that are running it. I know that there's proper regulation in place, there are proper systems in place to carry that on beyond me. So I'm not looking at this from just Onyeka as an individual running a business and I want to continue to run it like a pirate and above the law. I mean, there's a place for that to come in when you're innovating. It's exciting for me. It's exciting when I'm building new things in a place that is completely dry of regulation. Completely, it's a new ground. It's a blue ocean. It's exciting to do that. But once you get to a place where you're now taken seriously as a proper business, and then you have the regulators speaking with you, I think it's exciting to get a business to that level where you're now going through a system that puts all of those things in place that allows you to be sure that the core values that you live by are the things that will sustain the business, whether you're the one running it or not. So I would expect us to look at it from that angle. I think generally down the line, we will continue to have small-scale farmers producing food for us to eat. We'll have people like you and I excited about investing in them to continue to produce more. Whether it's going to be done through crowdfunding model or it's going to be done through any other financing model, the farmers will still produce. And we want to be part of that. We want to have our mark. We want to make sure that these farmers get it from us and they have an impact on our world. I want to be part of that. You want to be part of that. I'm excited about that. So I would expect that also.
Thank you.
Everyone will see from that place. Oh, okay, sorry, I'll take that my time.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Our time is fast spent, so I just want to ask one more question. Sir, when the initial draft came out from the SEC, there was a lot of controversy. In fact, I attended up to 10 Zoom sessions, different people trying to dissect it, lawyers and agribusiness practitioners. There are quite a number of things that were a thing of concern. And I know that the SEC, like Mr. Akuma said, is to regulate, not to stifle innovation, right? But a lot of people are concerned, thinking that, 100 million authorized share capital base, and this. Many of the businesses on, I know not everybody is genuine. There are a lot of businesses that are probably not genuine, like Onyeka said earlier. But I know that the SEC is trying to make sure everything goes well for every party, the investors, the farmers, and even firms themselves. So what can the SEC, does the SEC have any plans of maybe relaxing, maybe part of the conditions in the draft that was released earlier so that it can accommodate more people in the industry? Obviously, sanitizing is very important. Sanitizing the industry is very, very important. But at the same time, we don't want a situation whereby the farmers will be at the losing end eventually. But what does there is anything planned such that everybody benefits eventually?
Yeah, thank you, Ayo. Just to put it out there, the SEC's intention clearly is one, to protect the investor, two, to protect businesses. Crowdfunding model is a way to help small and medium enterprises succeed because capital is the main engine for any business to succeed. And it's also important that a lot of people that are into some of these businesses do not also understand requirements when they are issued by regulators. So when you say 100 million, what do you mean? The question is, do you really understand what you mean? You probably even have more than that, but because once you hear the figure 100 million, you are scared. And you say, oh, the SEC has come again. No. Try to understand what the SEC means by you having a capital of a minimum capital of 100 million. You probably have, assets that are far worth more than 100 million. All of these are part of the valuation of your 100 million. And the SEC will not in any way stifle innovation. The SEC's aim is to encourage development, encourage innovation, encourage participation in this space that we so much need people to participate in the agricultural space. So clearly, what is important is that there needs to be an understanding. And the SEC is quite open, very, very open, right, to engagement at any point in time. Onyeka has said it here. We've engaged with his firm, and we are continuing engagement. One of the things we must do as a regulatory agency is that we must make sure that fly-by-night entrepreneurs, charlatans, are not encouraged in this industry. Because the only way we can help people who have good businesses to strive is when we protect their businesses by not allowing charlatans come into those businesses. So for the SEC, our business is to help the small business grow, is to, one of the critical, agenda for the SEC is capital formation. Crowdfunding model is a form, is a way, is a tool, is an avenue for capital formation. And capital formation is very, very pivotal to the growth of any economy, Nigeria inclusive. So that is the reason why it would be wrong for anybody to think that the SEC is out there to stifle business. No, totally wrong. First thing to put in mind is that the SEC is there to protect the investor. Two, the SEC is there to grow small businesses. Three, the SEC is there to help governance, create structures around companies that already exist but do not have this. If you know that somebody is watching you, the tendency is that you will do things right. That's why the SEC is out there, to make sure people do things right and to enforce on those that do not do things right. Because I must make this clear, it is wrong. It is against the Investment and Securities Act for people to ask people to request for fund, to make public request for funding without the registration of the SEC. You can do private placement to a few persons, but you cannot go to the public to say that they should bring funds to you when you have not been registered by the SEC. It is totally against the law, totally against the ISA, and such institutions, when caught, will face the full wrath of the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate the time. Onyeka, do you have any other thoughts before we round up? Just 1 minute, please.
Oh, okay. I mean, for me, I was listening to the conversation going on, and I'm actually excited that we've gotten to a place where we can have conversations now with the regulators, and we're also looking within ourselves to say how we continue to push our businesses. For us in FarmCloud, we're quite excited also that we were able to launch a new industry that is now being taken seriously across Nigeria, and a lot of people are benefiting from that. I mean, in FarmCloud, like I said, from July 2019, we have shifted our model into several other products and created a startup, a completely new business that's now focused on crowdfunding. It's its own fintech business, which is Crowdivest. And they're doing some interesting things there. And so we look forward to when the next draft will come up, and that will allow us to see how we align. And we look forward to also seeing that draft open enough for people to be able to, so as people like me or you, Iola, or any other person or farm sponsor decide to come up with new ideas to crowdfund for the agri space or to crowdfund for any other space, that regulation will help guide the process. And so that we get very solid players coming out of this. But I'm excited as an individual. I look forward to breaking new grounds with my team and all the other guys that are involved in this space. And so thank you also for having me. And I'm excited that we're at this table talking.
Thank you, Onyeka. Mr. Adama, finally, we've run out of time, but I'm going to say that the FCC, from my own point of view as a business, agribusiness practitioner, will the FCC be open to maybe, my suggestion, I think the FCC will have like another conversation with stakeholders in the crowdfunding space. The last time it was more like the FCC was getting the feedback from the people, right? So I think the FCC should have come up with something by now, or maybe if you want to hear from the stakeholders by now, So let's just take this forward. We want to know where we are right now. Is there something that practitioners need to do, or there's something the FCC is doing that we should wait for? We would like to know about that, sir. I don't know if you could say a minute, say something about that.
Yes. The SEC under the new management led by Mr. Yuguda Lamido is very, very interested in engaging with the market. That is key, and very soon you hear a lot from the SEC in terms of those engagements, making sure that we are on the same page, making sure that we understand each other, making sure we're able to educate the market to know exactly what our mindset is, and making sure that we all understand that, the times where people will go about doing wrong things and, feel free to move around is all over. We want to be we are part of the community. We are part of the economy. And whatever we need to do to make sure that this economy succeeds, the investor is protected, the people are assured, and we have a growing economy, the SEC under the new management will do just that. So we employ people to feel free to reach out to us. We have our open doors, and anyone that has issues with understanding exactly what we are saying, please feel free. Don't guess. Come talk to us and we will give you explanations as to what we are doing, why we are doing what we are doing, and why we think what we are doing is good for Nigeria, is good for society, is good for business.
Your time. Thank you very much, Onyeka, Takuma. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Business Day, we thank you very much for the opportunity to get today, and we hope that we can do this some other time again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Business Day host.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all, our distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen from wherever it is that you have joined us for this event today. My name is Owo Kiti, and I am the Managing Director of Business Day Media Limited. So it is my great pleasure to provide the closing remarks for this remarkable and very insightful agriculture conference. I mean, it's been back to back from the opening speech through the three panels that we had. It's been just so much insightful, and I really do hope that it has been an insightful period for you as it has been for me. So before I say my very big thank you, let me just go through what I will call my 4 takeaways from this conversation this morning and this afternoon. And the number 1 conversation is that there is poor integration and alignment of the agricultural processes and resources in Nigeria. And until we integrate and align those resources very, very properly, we will continue to have poor outcomes of the resources that we are expending on the agriculture sector. So I really do hope that those that are responsible for this in government take that into consideration, because that kept coming up in the. We need to align our resources, both private and public resources, in order to get the kind of outcomes that we desire and that we hope for. That's my first takeaway. The second takeaway is that as a nation of 200 million, and in the agricultural sector, we are punching below our weight. So there's so much that is available in terms of natural resources. There's so much that is available in terms of even capital and investment. But when you put all those together and you match them with the outcomes that we get, it's very evident that we are punching below our weight. So that also needs to change. And I really do hope that that is one takeaway from this conference, that sometime next year we will be able to say, oh, there has been progress on this front. My third takeaway is in relation between the linkages between agriculture and industry. I gathered also from this from the conversation that linkage is not as tight and it's not as strengthened as it should be. So we have agriculture silos, we have manufacturing. We need to bring these two industry together, of course, through processing. And of course, until we do that, we will continue to have low productivity in the agriculture sector. And what low productivity gives us is low incomes for the farmers and even for the producers. And of course, it does not help in our diversification efforts and of course, in the provision of jobs. So we need to integrate the agricultural sector with industry across board. And when we do that, we will also see the kind of progress that we all hope for after a conference like this. Now, the number 4th one, and which is above all those three that I've said, is that there are immense opportunities in the agricultural sector in Nigeria. And it comes, if you look at it from a domestic point of view, you have to feed 200 million people. But that is not the limit of the opportunities that there are in Nigeria. There is so much that Nigeria can do beyond even feeding its own people. Nigeria can feed people across West Africa and even export further beyond. So when we talk about agricultural opportunities in Nigeria, we should look beyond just feeding 200 million people. And that came across also in this conversation. The opportunities are huge, they are immense, and we just have to start tapping into them. So those are my own takeaways, and I would like to hear from you. I mean, what are your own takeaways? So finally, I just want to say thank you to all the speakers here this morning, this afternoon. All the speakers, I mean, for their time, for sharing their time, their insight, their knowledge, and their understanding of the various aspects of the agriculture industry with us here in Business Day. I so much thank you all. I know that it must have taken some considerable time for you all to prepare to be here. So I thank you for your time and for your energy and for this insight. Thank you so much. Finally, I also want to thank our sponsors. At Business Day, we cherish the partnership that we have with our sponsors because it is a clear demonstration that they share in the vision of the enormous progress that is possible in Nigeria. So when they share in that vision, when we share that vision and they buy into it, they put their resources where their mouth is. So we always appreciate and we are grateful to our sponsors here this afternoon. So let me mention them. We are grateful to Flour Mills Nigerian PLC for their support this afternoon. We thank you so much. Also, Group Pharma, thank you immensely for your support to this conference. We thank TG Hyda's Tropical Investment Group also for their support, and of course the Kingdom of Londoners for their support. And you will agree with me that they have not only supported with their resources, but they've shared their ideas and the progress they are making in the agricultural industry. And my hope is that by the time we come back to this conference sometime next year, that we will have further progress to report, not only on an individual farmer's basis, but also on a company, from the company's perspective. And of course, aggregatively on the nation's perspective. So to you viewers that have been with us since 10 a.m., and this is just about the 5th hour, and we are just closing now, and you have stayed with us. I do hope that it's been a very enjoyable time, and you have had something to make progress with from here. I thank you all again, and on the Agricultural Conference, see you all sometime next year. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye.
In late 2017, the idea of Farm Sponsor was birthed by our visionary leader, Bill Kenneth. He shared his vision with his friend, Chike Abba, and together they co-founded Globetrot Farm Sponsor Nigeria Limited in 2018. The company kicked off operation in May 2018 with just 250 birds. Fast forward to 2020, the company has grown to have sponsored more than 300 farmers, raised over 2 million birds, and currently building capacity to raise 5 million birds in the next 1 year. The need for an industrial expansion to increase our capacity to contribute tangibly to the agriculture industry became apparent. And in early 2020, Farm Sponsor introduced an equity investment package called Private Sponsorship Offer, where individuals get to invest in the expansion project of Farm Sponsor for a period of 5 years and get returns of over 250% spread across the term period, with option to either take back their capital or convert it into equity in the company. With the funds that have been raised, major projects which would position Farm Sponsor for an undeniable impact in Africa's agro space have commenced. Some of these projects include a poultry processing plant with the capacity to roll out over 24,000 birds per day, a 300,000 capacity bird hatchery, a commercial farm that will house up to 300,000 broilers, and a breeder's pen with the capacity to house up to 60,000 parent stock birds is currently ongoing. These were only made possible by the investment received so far from Private Sponsorship Offer. Why not be part of this revolution and be glad you did in few years to come? To know more about private sponsorship, visit our website www.farmsponsor.com.ng/private sponsorship.